Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Lake Seminar. It's great to see everybody here. Just a reminder, we are recording this event and we will be posting it on the FOVLAP website. I'm Pat Suozzi. I'm the president of the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds. First, I want to start off by suggesting, if you don't mind, put your name and your lake affiliation in the chat. Let us know who's here and what lake you're from, which would be great to have. Just a few reminders. Please stay muted during the speakers. If you have questions or comments, it would help if you would put them in the chat. We have several people monitoring the chat, and they'll read out the questions at the end of each speaker's section. If we have time, we will take a few oral questions, like I said, if there's time. If we do that, if you would please use the raise hand option and I will show you that if I can. I'll show you how to do that. If you can see this, the raised hand option is down at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You hover over this section over reactions and you'll see the little raised hand right there. So if we do have time and can take some oral questions, we'd appreciate it if you'd use that. It's a little bit easier to keep track of everybody. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce the Department of Environmental Conservation Commissioner who's going to open our meeting this morning. Commissioner Batchelder was appointed as the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation on September 14th, 2023 by Governor Phil Scott. As Commissioner, Batchelder leads the department's approximately 300 employees in working to ensure clean air, clean water, and healthy communities in Vermont. Excuse me. Prior to his appointment, Commissioner Batchelder served as the Colonel and Chief Warden of the Vermont Fish and Game Warden Service from 2014 until he retired in 2022. Currently a resident of Elmore, Batchelder enjoys hunting and fishing of all kinds, playing and coaching soccer, as well as being outside with his wife and 3 children. He served in the U.S. Coast Guard and is a graduate of the University of Southern Maine. I want to welcome Commissioner Batchelder, and please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me here this morning. Before I give my remarks, I just wanted to say I thrive on questions and I don't mind being interrupted. And I will certainly have some time afterwards to answer anything folks want to send my way, either in the chat or oral. I also want to recognize that we're going to be joined by some staff that I may shuffle some of the more technical questions off to, so be patient with me there. I steal a line from former commissioners who I respected, that my knowledge base is a mile wide and a 1/4 inch deep. So if we get too far below the surface, I'll probably not try to BS my way through any of that. So I will get into it. So thank you so much again for having me. It's wonderful to be here, and it's truly a feather in my cap to have been asked to do this, Pat. Thank you. As a state, we greatly appreciate the partnership and support that FOVLAP and its members provide to the Department of Environmental Conservation. Whether it's running greeter programs at Fish and Wildlife Access Areas or collecting water samples as part of the Vermont Lake Monitoring Program, stewarding shorelands through Lakewise. Many of the partnerships we have with you are invaluable. And I have to add, upon accepting this position, Pat was among the very first people in my now vast Rolodex of folks that I've met. I think you were in the top 3 of folks who reached out to me to meet, which was wonderful. And I actually looked it up in my calendar. It was October 25th, so it was 30 days after I got in the chair, and I remember that well. So thank you for making me feel so welcome. I was born in, to get a little bit of my background, I was born in Quebec, but I grew up in Derby, Vermont, very close to Lake Salem. yeah, on the north side of the lakes region there. And I worked as a swim instructor on Lake Salem from the age of 12 all the way through high school. I got to ride my bike there every day. And if you know that area, you'll know that if I was that close to Salem, I was within spitting distance of dozens of other Northeast Kingdom lakes and ponds. And that was an existence I took for granted back then. I certainly don't now. All that time, I was blissfully unaware that your organization was in existence and actively bringing together lake organizations for your common mission. As I suspect many people are blissfully unaware. They enjoy our lakes and ponds, but they may not know all the wonderful things that you do. And I was one of those. I certainly am not now. When I wasn't working, I was swimming and trying to water ski, fishing and hunting in those lakes by boat and on shore. And I haunted every place I could reach as a kid, although Memphremagog and Derby Pond and Clyde Pond and Big and Little Salem were usually the places that I could get to most readily. And I would leave Vermont after high school to join the Coast Guard, as you mentioned, to be stationed in Southeast Alaska on a buoy tender. So I left water for more water. And when we weren't doing search and rescue and all the things that the Coast Guard does, one of our tasks was to ferry around private scuba companies to retrieve batteries that had been jettisoned over the side, as buoy boats used to do through poor government practice. But that was something that interested me early and often as part of the mission was cleaning up the water. And it didn't strike me back then as it does now, but what an important part of our jobs now. After living in Alaska, the only place on Earth that could pull me away was New England again. And I did come home first to Maine and attended Southern Maine, where I fished the Sebago watershed and Casco Bay alike, and really got to fall in love with that part of New England. But I did come back to Vermont, and that was the conservation camps that brought me there. And I spent one of my most memorable summers of my life on Lake Bomazine at the Kehoe Conservation Camp. Teaching kids, hunting and fishing and canoeing and archery all through a conservation lens. But that lake setting was magical, and I know how lucky we are now to have that state property there, to bring kids to spend time there, to mold their young lives into something that hopefully will be future investment in those waters. So that experience, as you also mentioned, Pat, brought me to a career as a state game warden, where I worked to protect Vermont's fish, wildlife, and plants, and of course, more time on the water, which I grew to know that I was going to be destined to do for quite a long time. About half my career I spent, I think, on a boat enforcing AIS and fishing laws and some hunting laws. And it was actually at Fish and Wildlife and not here, when I was chief warden, that I was fortunate enough to be able to help work on the aquatic invasive legislature that formed the laws that we now jointly enforce, the two departments. I think that was 2015. I can't recall, but that was a fun adventure, and it led to some very good laws that we now are able to enforce. I know that you're all here today because you too care deeply about Vermont's lakes and ponds, and you likely swim and boat and fish and live along the shore, or you may simply just enjoy their beauty from a distance. I took this job last September, and when the Department of Environmental Conservation was in the midst of flood recovery, work that continues today and will continue into the foreseeable future. I think you may have caught yesterday, the governor had a press conference. He said that it was this year that we finally wrapped up our last project from Irene. So these projects take a long time. So Vermont DEC and the governor and the legislature have been focusing on concerted efforts on recovering from the flood and planning for the next. And your efforts to understand those impacts and respond at the local level and the state level is a large part of that solution. Later this morning, we'll hear from Peter Isles, our lead scientist on Lake Champlain, on water quality impacts of last year's flooding to our lakes and ponds, and certainly it'll apply to other bodies of water as well. Across the department, Planning is already underway for the implementation of Act 121, which we know as S213 or the Flood Safety Act, which became law just a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago now. This legislation will affect how we manage and regulate river corridors, flood hazard areas, and wetlands. Also, dams over the next several years, which is a huge undertaking in itself, and this represents a significant body of work to which we're all committed, and I know you are too. Relevant portions of that legislation to lakes and pond users of Act 121 also bans the sale of dock floats, mooring buoys, or anchor and navigation markers made from encapsulated polystyrene foam, which you're all likely well aware of. This beaded polystyrene. This act also prohibits the use of these materials in the installation of new buoy, dock, or floating structure, or in the repair of those materials. Many of you were likely engaged over the last year in the rulemaking process, moving ahead, to amend the use of Vermont use of public waters rules, which went into effect April 15th of this year. The new rules regulate wake boats and wake sports on Vermont's inland lakes and require decontamination of wake boats before launching on a different water body. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, I was also hired smack in the middle of this time, and during the culmination of this effort, just as the legislative session was commencing. What I can say was very fortunate was the staff and the support with whom I was paired. They were among the most professional you'll meet. You'll talk to today Laura DeLugalecki of the Lakes and Ponds program, and Caitlin Ellerman, who was the DEC attorney who helped us navigate the committees and the nuances of a very complicated rulemaking process. I hadn't done that in a while since I'd been retired, and it was nice to have that support. Just as a way of refresher, and I'm happy to take questions about this, the use of public waters rules are going to be enforced largely by the Vermont State Police Marine Division, which creates a complicated dynamic, but brings good government, to the surface for all to see. And while my former job, state game wardens can and do enforce these laws, issues and concerns relating to violations around these rules will be reported initially to the Vermont State Police, and they work closely with the warden service to get that enforcement done. Of course, you can also contact a local warden if you need to, and I'm sure you'll get a great response there. I like to tell folks, because I undoubtedly will get questions about this, that the enforcement rollouts in years when a new law has come into play tend to be on the educational side, and I would beg your understanding for that, and perhaps share that message if you can. We don't like to come out with the heavy hammer of the enforcement system the first year. We tend to enforce on an educational basis, but regardless, we're here for that effort, and it's well underway. And I know you'll hear about that from Bethany Sargent as well today, as well as Laura. So as I wrap this up, I wanted to thank you again, most especially to Pat and to all of you for having me. It's truly an honor to be asked to speak at an event like this, but an event where like folks like us, we tend to be relevant to folks who need us, not to a broader scope of audience when we know we're serving them, perhaps in a thankless way. I'd like to simply say thank you for your steady support and for your staff. The mission of the DEC is bolstered by the public trust, and it's why we go to work every day. To steal a very short quote from Secretary Moore, it's a lot. She likes to say that, and she said that to me as I ventured out thinking about taking this job. Partners like FOVLAP, who recognize and understand this mission, are literally the only way we can continue to function and gain a little ground once in a while. In this case, caring for Vermont's lakes and ponds for generations to come. Pat, I've set aside.
There is a question for you.
Oh, please. Yes, please.
Actually, it's from Candy. And Candy, I'm going to let you give the question to the commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And welcome, Commissioner. Welcome back to Vermont. Welcome back to the kingdom. Glad to know you're originally from the kingdom. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Here's my question is just sort of to make sure this is on your plate. It has to do with the wake boat rule. It has to do with the home lake provision. I want to make sure that for you and your staff, that is at the top of the list. And here's why. A big component, obviously, the greeters are going to have an important role in the rollout of this rule. We at Seymour have a pretty extensive plan, and the way it first works is we have identified the wake boats on our lake. We've got them. We have, I think, a pretty good system. The problem is that it's hard for, I think, lake associations until we have the sticker program in place. It's hard to know what wake boat has claimed which lake as their home lake. And to do that, you guys have to identify who are the wake boat owners. And that sounds like a pretty daunting task, and it may be complicated. But because of that, I would really ask you and your staff to put that at the very top of your list. I have one idea, which would be for you or Julie Moore to contact, I don't even know who the Secretary of Transportation or the Commissioner of DMV is, but one idea to get ahead of this is to have a checkoff on the boater registration form that says, yes, I have a wake boat. And so that would at least be a way for the state to have a mechanism to communicate with the wake boat owners. So that may not be the be all and the end all, but I think when you think about implementing that, the easy part is printing stickers. That's nothing, and there's not going to be that many. The hard part is, I think, identifying who owns a wake boat. So I'd be welcome to hear anybody else's ideas. That's one I have, at least that'll get us started, is to have that conversation start between ANR and DMV.
So thank you very much for the ideas and for the question, Candy. I really appreciate it. I love Lake Seymour too, and I spent half my life there, as I did with Salem and all the other lakes. So we have a very close working relationship with Secretary Flynn. So he's the colleague of Secretary Moore at the agency. I have a check-in with Julie today. I'm going to put this on the list. But certainly I'm going to rely on the lakes and pond staff to make these ultimate decisions. You know, through me, we have many meetings, many checks and balances, and undoubtedly some of the ideas that come through you are going to be new to them. And I would encourage you to reach out to me or to reach out to any of them at any time to make those ideas known. And we're not going to think of everything, and I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. What we don't want is, we understood this couldn't be done by this spring. What we don't want is, because so far Lakes and Ponds have said they don't have a plan for this, at least at the last FOVLAP meeting. And so I just don't want to have it be spring of 2025, because I do think this is going to take some time and thought. So I just would really love to kickstart it now.
Sure. Absolutely. I completely understand.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Candy.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I have a question if no one else has their hand up. One of the issues that we have had is funding for the greeter programs, actually the Aquatic Nuisance Control Grant and Aid Program that supports the greeters, and it supports some of the other AIS management efforts. And a year ago, FOVLAP worked with many other groups to advocate to get funding actually in the state budget for the first time. Up until this fiscal year, it had always been funded with motorboat registration fees. And as I'm sure you know, the Coast Guard is now saying we can't use the motorboat registration fees that way. So the additional funding is great, but it was based on the idea that we would have the $350,000 for motorboat registration plus the $500,000 in the budget. Now the motorboat registration fees are a problem according to the Coast Guard. So my question is, sorry, this is a long lead up. My question is, in terms of what is your thinking and what is DEC doing about it? There was legislation introduced, didn't go anywhere this session. Is it going to be a legislative fix? Is there something else brewing? Because you know, that's a concern for, I think, pretty much all the lakes here represented.
Absolutely. So thanks for the question, Pat. So early in the legislative session, Commissioner Herrick from Fish and Wildlife told us about federal legislation that was spearheaded by Senator Shaheen from New Hampshire that was going to essentially undo this effort by the U.S. Coast Guard to undo our ability to use these motorboat registration fees. I have not had an update from him in a couple of months on this, and I don't want to try to Google search it here while I'm speaking with you, but I will put that on my list for Commissioner Herrick, and I will get back. I've got a good list going here, so I'll get back to you via email on what he says. The way it was left, and he had worked with Commissioner Morrison to essentially support this through our federal delegation channels, that this was going, she had caught wind of this. She was going to bring legislation that was going to essentially tell the Coast Guard to halt, and that this was going to affect too many state organizations and recreational boating safety programs throughout the country, and that this was going to stop. I don't know where the legislation sits right now, but there was a reactive effort to that process at the federal level. I just don't know where it sits. But I've got it on my list, and I will respond to you hopefully later today if I can get a hold of him.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Do we have any other questions for the commissioner? I'm sure that.
None in the chat.
Okay, go ahead, Jackie. None in the chat. Okay. Anyone else have a question for the commissioner? Well, thank you, Commissioner, for being here with us this morning. We really appreciate having you here and appreciate hearing from you. And I'm sure you will hear from people.
I can't wait. And I'm so happy to do it, Pat. I love the engagement, and I so appreciate the partnership.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
Okay.
Have a wonderful seminar. I hope I get to meet you all in person someday soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move along. I am going to turn over the introductions to Jack Widnes, who's chair of the FOVLAP Aquatic Invasive Species and Water Quality Committee, and he's going to do the next introduction. So over to you, Jack. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Pat?
I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to extend my welcome and appreciation to Commissioner Batchelder. It's great to have you here. We know how busy you are. I would say you are appreciated. You are appreciated, and your staff is very much appreciated. That doesn't go unrecognized, and we really welcome the opportunity to work with you. We're all working together on this, and so we're so pleased to have you here today. So thank you. So welcome everyone else. Those that are on today's meeting, these are some of the people that will be doing some of the great work that needs to be done. Our focus today is on recent floods. We have a terrific panel ahead of us and scheduled today. I would remind you what Pat said is, you have questions, please put them in the chat. Laura DeLuca-Leckie is going to be helping us with the timing of this and helping us stay on schedule. So our first speaker today is Matthew Vaughan. Matthew oversees the project funded by the Lake Champlain Basin Plan, and he works closely with their technical advisory committee. Matthew holds a PhD in natural resources from the University of Vermont and an MS in hydrologic sciences from UC Davis, along with a BA in physics from Middlebury College. His research focuses on influence of land use and land cover on water quality in the Lake Champlain Basin. So we welcome Matthew, who will be talking with us today about exploring the water quality impacts of the July 2023 storm in the Lake Champlain Basin. So Matthew, welcome.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here with you all. I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. Does that look okay to you all? All right. I see one nod. Okay, great. Great, thank you. So yeah, I was asked to speak about the recent flooding, in particular the July 2023 storm, which is a historic flooding event, as you all know. And I do have some historic photos in this presentation. This one is from the Great Flood of 1927. probably the greatest flood we've seen, and and this storm last year ranks up with the Great Flood of 1927 for historic impacts. So I'm going to start out in an unusual way and start by talking about what I will not cover today, because there's a lot of important topics of this flood that are just not the focus of my short presentation today, but are really important. I want to acknowledge them. So there was loss of life and property associated with this flooding, displacement of families, community members, and evacuations, farms, lost crops, and there was contamination issues. We had infrastructure damages, of course, and wastewater discharges and overflow. We can talk about that in the Q&A if there's interest, but it's not the focus of my talk today. This is also just shortened down from a longer 1-hour version of the talk that I've given to many groups, and this is, I think I have about 20 or 25 minutes today. So if there's questions, I can dive into more topics in depth. But I want to start with just the radar. Hopefully this will play. There it goes. Storm radar from July 10th and 11th of last year. And you can see there's a lot of color on this map over our region. This is a very slow moving storm that for a few meteorological reasons just hung out over the Lake Champlain Basin and dumped 3 to 9 inches of rain over a 48-hour period. The highest 48-hour rainfall total was 9.2 inches in Calais, Vermont. And just some interesting stats from Montpelier, the daily rainfall record, it's a pretty long record. I can't remember exactly when it started, but it's a long one. Was broken just barely more, 1/100th of an inch greater than Tropical Storm Irene for Montpelier. And then the monthly rainfall record in Montpelier was broken by 1.5 inches, 12.06 inches over the previous record in 1989. So this is a huge amount of rain for our region. And of course, as you know, this caused widespread flooding in our rivers and streams. Here's a photo from Montpelier. You can see, I'm sure you all have seen these photos in the news, but this is where the river typically is on a summer day. And there's a lot of inundation throughout this community. So the Winooski River, Lamoille River, Otter Creek all reached major flood stage. And of course, there were flash flooding on smaller rivers and streams throughout the watershed. Now we are lucky because we've had a lot of investments in environmental monitoring infrastructure. So we have many U.S. Geological Survey stream flow gauges that are monitoring river flow all the time, every 15 minutes throughout the year. Here are kind of place markers on a map for 22 of our major tributaries that are monitored. And these measure 2 things. They measure the height of the river, or the depth, and then also they estimate the volume of water going downstream. So in the moment, or when we're forecasting the impacts of a flood on a community, we're really interested in how high the river will go when we're thinking about watershed impacts, right? That's good. What's going to determine where evacuations need to be made and where we can protect public safety. And the National Weather Service and the NOAA office in Burlington does a phenomenal job of forecasting how high our rivers will go during these flood events. So, many of my colleagues and I, maybe many of you, were kind of glued to these forecasts to see how high the river was forecasted to go. And this is just a snapshot from July 11th. It's a little late. It would have been nice if I grabbed a screenshot earlier, but you can see, the observed river level and then the forecast into the future. So again, really important for public safety. And when we're thinking about water quality or the impacts on Lake Champlain and our watershed, typically we're looking at the other side of this, which is the volume of water moving downstream. And this is related, and I can explain more if someone's interested, but essentially there's a lot of monitoring to determine for a given height how much volume is moving downstream. And I've kind of combined the flow from all the 19 major tributaries we have data for the storm. And this is just a graph of the flow from, before the storm hit and then through July 10th, 11th, 12th, and onward for this week-long period. And at the peak flow on the evening of July 11th, we saw about 115,000 cubic feet per second. That's more than 4 billion gallons per hour of water going into Lake Champlain. So it's a huge amount of water, and it's about 10 times more than we typically see on a summer day. This is another way of looking at this. where we have the daily flow. This is still just talking about water here. The daily flow of water during the storm, when the storm started on July 10th for a 7-day period, but it's colored by which tributary is contributing that water. And this really highlights the fact that in the 7-day period, the top 5 tributaries that were activated or kind of rose in the storm, the Winooski, Lamoille, Missisquoi, Otter Creek, and Saranac River, delivered about 80% of the water to Lake Champlain. And this totals about 300 billion gallons of water. Again, about in the peak, about 10 times higher than we typically see on a summer day. And I wanted to share some statistics dating back to 1990 when the monitoring of water flow to the lake began. And this just quickly, this is a shot that I took of the Winooski River on the Route 2A bridge in Essex, near where I live. So on July 11th, the daily average flow was greater than the 90th percentile for all of our major tributaries to Lake Champlain. It was the highest ever daily flow for the Lamoille River and for the Winooski River. And it was the highest flow ever for this date for nearly all tributaries. And that's something I'm going to come back to throughout the talk. It's how unusual this storm is for the time of year. Typically, we'd see the highest flows of the year in the springtime when we have snow melt and rain events kind of coinciding. That's when we see most of our highest flows in a typical year. Next, I'm going to talk about phosphorus delivery. I'm sure, being people who are interested in lakes, I'm sure you're all aware that phosphorus is a nutrient that we are trying to limit. We're trying to reduce the amount of phosphorus going into our lakes, into Lake Champlain, because it is a driving nutrient for cyanobacteria growth and some other issues that we face in our watershed. So I'm not going to focus on phosphorus and why we care too much, but I can answer questions about it later. But I just want to cover how much phosphorus was delivered during the storm last year and put it into context for you. This is a similar graph that we were looking at for water, but now we're talking about phosphorus delivery. So on July 11th, we saw over 100 metric tons delivered from our, in this case, it's 18 tributaries. And similarly to water, the top 5 rivers listed here, the Winooski, Missisquoi, Lamoille, Otter Creek, and the Pike River, delivered almost 90% of the 7-day phosphorus load to the lake. It was more than 300 metric tons of phosphorus, which is likely more than half of the annual targeted phosphorus load, the TMDL, delivered in a 7-day period. And about a third of that weekly load was delivered just on one day. So this really highlights how important our storms are for delivering water and nutrients to really when things are moving downstream. And it's why we focus on our implementing best management practices that really are resilient to these types of floods. So similarly, I'll share when we talked about water, I'll share some statistics on phosphorus loading dating back to 1990. For phosphorus, it was also the greater than 90th percentile for all of our tributaries. It was a 3rd highest ever for the Winooski River daily load, the highest ever for this date for all but one tributary. Again, unseasonably or not typically when we see all this material moving downstream in the summer rather than springtime. This is really interesting to me. This is the fourth largest daily load ever since 1990 delivered to Lake Champlain. The highest was Tropical Storm Irene, might not surprise you. The second place was the Halloween storm of 2019. So maybe some of you remember that one. I lost part of my roof in that storm, so it was memorable for me. But it was high winds, really intense rainfall, and that was the second highest phosphorus load we saw on a daily basis. And the third was April flooding in 2011. So 2011, of course, was a big year in the spring and in the summer. This is a photo I took in Winooski here. I'm sorry, in Williston of the Winooski River. All right, now I want to talk about, kind of put this into context again and talk about the cumulative phosphorus delivered to Lake Champlain. In other words, on a yearly basis, how much phosphorus is going in and how does the storm or the 2023 stack up to previous years. And this is a new type of graph I'm showing here. So on the vertical axis, we're looking at the amount of phosphorus in metric tons. And then there's, from left to right, we're looking at each individual line is a water year. And when I say water year, I mean just a year, but it starts on October 1st and it goes through September 30th. So the idea of a water year is helpful for people like me because it keeps the winter in 1 year is kind of the main reason. If you look at a calendar year, that winter season is split up into 2. So we start in the fall and we end in September 30th, start in October 1st, end in September 30th. And each line it represents a year of phosphorus loading, where each day the line goes up, and it goes up faster if you have a big storm. And if it's just trickling along with low flow, then it'll kind of stay flat for a while. So again, each line is a year since 1990. The average is this yellow line here. And now I'm going to highlight 2023. So here's what the phosphorus loading looked like to Lake Champlain in 2023. The really interesting thing here is that it was below average throughout most of the water year until the storm. So I kind of forgot about this until I was doing the data analysis in the fall, because the summer was so wet. But actually we had a very dry, relatively dry winter and spring last year. And then when the July storm hit, we went from, quite a bit below average to well above phosphorus loading average. But it did not send it into the highest we've ever seen, even though it was such a big event. So this kind of puts it in context with other years and shows that because we started below average, we went to just above average after that really intense storm. And then I'm going to highlight the 2011 year, which shows that there was just a lot of water and snowmelt throughout this year, where we had spring flooding, where we had that really intense Lake Champlain flooding in spring of 2011. We were already the highest we'd ever seen for phosphorus loading. And then the tropical storm Irene just sent it even higher. So that puts the 2 years in context there. Next, I'll talk about Lake Champlain level or elevation, and then talk about water quality a bit. These photos are all from Peregrine Productions, which is a videographer that we work with, really phenomenal work. And he was out there taking drone images after the July flooding. So this is similar to what I showed before, where we have, in this case, we have lake level on the vertical axis and elevation, feet above sea level. And then again, starting with the beginning of the water year, a line. This is a longer record, so you see more lines because we've been measuring lake elevation for a long time. And so every line represents a year. The average lake level for each date is in yellow here. And I'm going to highlight 2023. And you'll see we're fairly typical in lake level. Right before the storm, we were actually right at average. And then the storm brought us about 3 feet higher than that over the course of several days. So you'll also notice that although we were higher, much higher than average for the date, we were not at flood stage, which is at about 100 feet in this graph. And we were nowhere near the highest we'd ever seen for Lake Champlain. But we had a very unseasonably high lake level as a result of the storm and as a result of other flooding later in the year as well. We had 24 highest ever for the date records for Lake Champlain broken, even though we never exceeded flood stage at all in last year. So it's really unusual year, unseasonably high lake levels, but still no actual lake flooding. Here again, I'm highlighting 2011 just to compare, where we had the highest ever lake elevation recorded since 1907, up near 103 feet above sea level. And then Tropical Storm Irene, it was raised a similar about 3 feet from near average here later, a bit later. That one was in late August. All right, now for water quality, there were a lot of short to midterm impacts on water quality. This is a photo from Mallett's Bay, and you'll hear from Peter Isles later in today's program. And I borrowed this slide from Peter in our long-term monitoring program, Vermont boat captain Kelsey Colbert. So this just shows, and probably a lot of you experience this on the lakes where you live or work, or if you're on Lake Champlain, you saw that, after the flood, there was a lot of sediment that moved downstream through our system, and it hung out for about 2 weeks in a lot of our lakes. So this Secchi depth is just a measure of water clarity you might be familiar with. You basically drop a dinner plate down into the water and see how far you can see it. It's a really simple measure of water clarity. And typically in Mallett's Bay, we'd see about 2.5 meter Secchi depth. And on July 20th, which was, between 1 and 2 weeks after the storm, it was just about 0.5 meter. And the photic zone, or the region where there's enough light for biological life to photosynthesize is usually about half the Secchi depth, double the Secchi depth. So what we saw is a really compressed photic zone where things could be photosynthesizing. This likely suppressed algae or cyanobacteria growth in the lake for several weeks after the storm. We also have a network of water quality monitoring buoys out on Lake Champlain and on one of its tributaries, the Lamoille River. And these worked really well throughout the storm. So we got some incredible data to see kind of the impacts on water quality of the storm. I'll just show one graph from this. This is a graph of turbidity. So turbidity is kind of like the opposite of water clarity. It's how turbid it is, maybe how murky the water is. So the higher the line is on this graph, the more turbid or the more murky the water is. And this is in Mallett's Bay. So it took about, a few days for the plume of sediment to reach the middle of Mallett's Bay where this buoy was located. And you see a huge spike in turbidity. It moved at about a mile a day, roughly, about 2.5 miles out from the mouth of the Lamoille River. And you see a huge spike in turbidity. And then that settled out quite a bit. And then you saw sediment from other parts of the lake start to mix together, and this turbidity came back up. And then over the course of a few weeks, 2.5 weeks, conditions recovered back to something that looked more like normal. So this is pretty incredible resource we have. We also have temperature and other water quality parameters every 15 minutes from these buoy systems. So I'm going to move into a summary of what I've told you, and then I think we have some time for Q&A. So just a historic amount of rainfall, about 3 to 9 inches over a 48-hour period. For river flows greater than 90th daily flow percentile for all tributaries, it was a daily highest record ever for the Lamoille and Winooski rivers. And especially it was unusually high for the time of year. Typically, we see our highest flows in our tributaries in the springtime when snow is melting and things are still really wet and trees aren't growing and using water to transpire and things like that. But this is kind of a trend where we're seeing a shift in when water is moving downstream. We're seeing higher flows in the winter, lower flows in the spring, and then these episodic extreme events in the summer and fall. So it's a part of a trend, and it's consistent with our climate change trends, which is the next point here. This is a trend we've seen over the past 30 years, and this is just another point on that trend. For phosphorus delivery, again, we were preceded by a dry spring, and because the amount of phosphorus moving into all of our lakes, including Lake Champlain, is really closely tied to how wet or how much water is moving downstream, we had relatively lower, lower than average phosphorus delivery up until the point of the July storm. 5 of our major tributaries delivered 88% of the 7-day storm flux of phosphorus. It totaled more that week-long, period that just kind of an amount of time to look at and to talk about. It delivered about more than half of the full lake annual target or TMDL in that 7 days. It was especially significant for the main lake segment of Lake Champlain. That's partially because the Winooski River was just the most activated during the storm. And it's also our largest tributary. And this also is consistent with climate change trends, again, for the time of year, having these episodic storms in the summer and fall. Lake level rose about 3 feet from average to record high. It was near what we'd normally see for the spring period. And again, no flooding in the past 3 years, handful of years. But we did have 24 new max for the date record set. For water quality, we had high turbidity, and the primary productivity or photosynthesis was likely suppressed during this time. The storm did deliver nutrients available for later season growth, and we did have some significant cyanobacteria blooms at the end of last year. It's impossible to say exactly what may have contributed to that, but it certainly didn't help that we had such significant impacts in the middle of the summer. And then for bacteria, coliform bacteria, E. coli, these impacts were not widespread throughout the lake. In many areas, we're seeing counts that were well below thresholds but we did see elevated counts right at the mouth of the Winooski River, and then for 1 or 2 days in Plattsburgh City Beach as well. It's not widespread, but they were there, and they were not terribly long-lived either. They things went back to normal after a week or two. So what does this mean for restoration of Lake Champlain and really all of our lakes, which I think other speakers will get into inland lakes more in depth after I'm done here. But the TMDL, or the total maximum daily load for phosphorus, does have a margin of safety built in, which accounts for this interannual variability of wet years versus dry years and storms like this that can have, short to midterm impacts. So it does kind of account for things like that. We do have, no matter what, we're going to have this variability. We're going to have wet years and dry years, and really we need to focus on overall reducing the phosphorus in general, so that when we have this variability, we're still on a downward trend. It's, again, we're up against climate change, which is going to bring, we're expecting to bring more persistent, frequent rainstorms and longer periods of drought. And then, as I mentioned earlier, our ongoing efforts for restoration, our implementation practices, stormwater practices, agricultural practices are all being done. Our partners are all doing these with resilience in mind, and we know that these intense storms are going to keep coming, so we need to build them to be resilient. I wanted to mention that the Lake Champlain Basin program, our team just released the 2024 State of the Lake Report. We had a press event on Wednesday, and we're really excited about this. We release this report every 3 years. We hope you'll check it out and flip through it. So we have a lot of accessible graphics, and we try to keep this really easy to understand, and we highlight some new issues every time. So yeah, it's on our website now. We have hard copies if anyone's interested in hard copies. We printed 9,000 of them, and we always go through all of them after just about all of them after the 3-year period until the next one's ready. So please let me know if you want any hard copies. We'll get them to you. We'll either send them or drop them off. And on our website, it is sol.lcbp.org. You'll find the new version. Here's some other resources. I think I'm going to send this presentation so you all have these links, but we have a summary of the July 2023 flooding on our website. The buoy I mentioned and others in our network, the data is available on data.lcbp.org. You'll see river flow there, water temperature for Lake Champlain, and several different areas, weather data, satellite imagery, all sorts of good stuff. So definitely check out data.lcbp.org. And if you have monitoring on your lakes that I don't know about and you want to get it up on data.lcbp.org, that is kind of watershed wide. So let me know and I can build it in. And then we also have a science blog. The audience for the blog is really people who are working in the space, who are knowledgeable volunteers or managers or other people who are kind of involved in watershed management or lake management. So it's not for the general public. We don't start at square one. We start with assuming a bit of understanding, but then we try to summarize the latest research that Lake Champlain Basin program and our partners are funding, so that you don't have to read a 200-page report to get the latest scientific findings. That is my email address behind the logo. Sorry, it's covered up there. But you can find me on our staff website at Lake Champlain Basin Program. That's all I have.
Okay, I have a couple of questions in the chat.
Okay.
Joanne, are adjacent wetlands, are adjacent wetlands doing their job in highest flow events, and is anything measured?
The question was, are wetlands doing their job?
Are the adjacent wetlands doing their job in highest flow events, and is anything measured in them?
Yes, great question. So yeah, our floodplains and wetlands are critical to mitigating flood impacts. And the way we measure the impact or the benefit of that restoration, there's actually a lot of work going on. And it's a mix of modeling. So we have, like Vermont, the state of Vermont has the Functioning Floodplains Initiative, which has a huge model to look at riparian floodplain and wetland areas that can take up some of this water during floods and identify what benefit restoration would have. And then we also have just monitoring, the stream flow monitoring that I mentioned. Researchers will look at that after a storm and look at it what happened before what wetland was restored or a floodplain was restored and see what the difference was. We've definitely seen improvements. I know Middlebury is a great example of that in Addison County, where wetlands and floodplains have been reconnected, and there's a clear economic benefit and fewer damages because of the reconnections.
Thank you. Second question from Jody. It says, this is a little off topic, but does pollen have an impact on water quality? And the other question is, does it bring in phosphorus in the spring or some other nutrient, or is it just a little isolated turbidity?
Yeah, that's a great question. Pollen, of course, is a natural part of our ecosystem. Although, people plant different trees, and it's not a water quality concern. It is kind of a short-lived thing that it does startle people when they think it might be cyanobacteria bloom at this point of the year. I'm sure it does bring nutrients to our water bodies. And actually, I've seen some research on the kind of nutrient slug of pollen. It's not something we can really directly manage for. And I haven't seen it quantified for our region. I think in smaller lakes, it can certainly have an impact or kind of be an input of nutrients that can drive things. But again, it is part of our natural ecosystem, just like leaves falling in the fall. Those are bringing nutrients as well. And if you're in a forested watershed in an inland lake, it's part of the ecosystem. And if humans weren't around, this would be part of the natural nutrient cycle. So sorry, I don't have a great question, but that's kind of how I think of it, or a great answer, but that's how I think of it.
Now, another one, can you expand on the implications to the lake water quality of the shifts of flooding events to the winter and summer months from the spring? It's from Dave.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's actually research that we're funding right now in collaboration with the University of Vermont. We have a lot of probable impacts of climate change on the lake as a result of the shifting. Just the lake, starting with the lake itself, we have a lot less ice cover, and that ice is a different color than liquid water. Liquid water, of course, is darker. It's going to absorb more energy starting much earlier in the winter and spring, setting us up for warmer water temperatures. And the shifting of timing of our flow, where we have more coming in the winter, we have more nutrients, more water, and warmer water temperatures. It's essentially could be setting us up for earlier productivity in the lake. It's all about timing of temperature, nutrients, and what might be growing in a lake in Lake Champlain or one of the lakes where you live or work. And then, the timing in the summer and fall, we do have these shorter midterm impacts on water quality, like the clarity. We have debris impacting recreation. We have bacteria impacts where, for a few days, you might have elevated bacteria counts as a result of a really intense storm. So it's all changing, and there's a lot of factors involved. But yeah, there's, as I said, part of the trend.
And the last question I have is from Candy. It says, what percentage increase in phosphorus would you expect the pristine lakes in the Northeast Kingdom to see? We were hit just as hard by the July 2023 storm as Lake Champlain was.
That's a great question. As Lake Champlain Basin Program employee, we're kind of limited to Lake Champlain Basin, so I'm sorry I can't answer that directly. If you maybe put the name of the lake or lakes you're interested in the chat, I can look it up for you and see if maybe someone, or maybe our partners of the state who are here today might be able to answer that one.
Thank you. Andy, are you talking about Seymour in particular?
Yes, Seymour, Echo, Shadow, any of the pristine lakes will be up in here in the kingdom. Obviously, there's a lot of us, and we were impacted just as much as Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
So
did you see some of those like turbidity impacts as well?
Yeah, just as bad as Lake Champlain.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. As I said, I'm limited geographically to the Lake Champlain Basin personally, but definitely interested in that as well. So Maybe someone, like I said, maybe Peter or someone else at the state has an idea on that, or I can dig into it a bit more for you, Candy.
That's it for questions in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Would anyone like to ask a question other than in the chat? This is an opportunity to do that as well. While we're just waiting on that, Matthew, that was a great comprehensive view of what we experienced and what we have to look forward to. Those are great slides. The slides I'm assuming you'll make available to us so that we can post them on their website and people can look at them again and utilize the links and your contact information if necessary. Is that correct?
Yes, I can do that. And sorry I didn't get it to you in advance. It's been a busy few days with the release of that report and all that, but definitely planning to provide just a PDF, I think, so folks can see the graphs and follow the links.
I have two other comments. Meg says, nice job, Matt. And Dr. Dupenier-Giroux said, great presentation and chock full of info, Matthew.
Great, thank you.
So thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
So let's move forward to our second speaker today, who's Peter Danforth. Peter's the director of Lamoille County Conservation District. And I hope many of you recognize his name because he's been a presenter at a number of the FOVLAP events that we have, and we're very pleased that he's been so gracious with his time and knowledge and sharing them with us. Peter has a BA in environmental studies and a master's in agricultural education and a minor in geography. He has extensive experience in agriculture and environmental education as well. Peter currently implements 14 conservation grants, including stormwater project implementation, watershed assessments, river corridor natural resource project implementation, and green stormwater infrastructure education and outreach workshops. Peter's been a very busy guy, as you can see. We welcome Peter. Peter will be telling us about flooding impacts on inland lakes. So Peter, welcome.
Thanks a lot for that, Jack. Thanks for doing the intro so I don't have to do it. Yeah, so I guess, should I pop up my presentation on my side of things so I can control it? Okay. Hold on one second. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, so. And then, all right, does everyone see that? Okay, now it's okay. So I just want to preface this presentation. It's not going to be very long. It's not going to be as heavily scientific as Matt's or Peter's to follow, but it's really field observations from my work with Eden and Lake Elmore. Some of this is anecdotal in nature, but it's based on my understanding of watersheds and drainage patterns and the work I've done with many people in both lakes to complete the lake watershed action plans. My hope is presentation, some of you may have thought about your own experiences with the flood and floods in general on lakes, and that maybe you can bring some of your experience to the conversation here based upon what I'm going to show you. So with that, oh yeah, also, you know, when we were doing our lake watershed action plans, we were kind of looking at different parcels of development and non-development. So, you know, the important things would be roads, specifically private roads around and public roads around the lakes, drainage patterns from tributaries in the forested lands to the lake, and then the lake shores themselves. So we kind of compartmentalize those three different aspects in our study of impacts of phosphorus and sediment loading into these specific lakes. So I'll start right off with roads. So private roads around lakes, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the difficulties that they bring for many reasons. In this particular picture here, this is actually the Halloween storm aftermath and Lake Eden on Backshore Drive. And the primary culprit for these washouts, there's about 3 or 4 tributaries that go in under this road, and the culverts are all undersized. And that is typically their reason for those particular blowouts. Also poor road materials, lack of funding, I'm not saying in this particular instance, but, neighbor coordination around private roads can somehow be a difficult thing to navigate. But in this particular picture with Backshore Drive in Eden, the neighbors are highly motivated to fix this issue. Every time a flood happens, there's a serious sediment and phosphorus loading event in the lake, and also the flooding of their basements and houses. So it has become very problematic, and we have finally gotten money to complete the final designs for these. I'm waiting on them this week, actually, and for replacing the 3 culverts and adjusting some of the drainage issues on the road. But the next step is obviously how that's going to be funded. Fortunately, the state and funding agencies, Lake Champlain Basin Program as well, will fund private road work dependent upon some of those phosphorus numbers. So we're looking to see what that's going to look like as we get to the final design stage here on this. We're also working with Lake Eden on some private roads there as well, and we have some motivated landowners that are helping us move that picture forward. The other thing we're looking at is tributaries into lakes and how they affect, stormwater controls that are in place. Just need to move, yeah. So there are, when you're trying to plan for floods, you can't. It's really difficult, especially around lakes. This particular project we worked on last year, this is up at Mount Norris in Eden. And as you can see from some of these images, some of the flooding effects, the multiple flooding effects that have occurred in just high rain events make even the state-of-the-art stormwater controls difficult to retain and prevent flooding from causing impacts into lakes. Fortunately, we still have some funding to make corrections and harden some of the features that we're using to control flooding events as best we can. You can see there's an electrical conduit tube there that's been exposed. The tributary went in with the roads joining it, kind of displaced a lot of material and washed out away from where we wanted it to go. So it's a struggle, when we're trying to work with these events. And as we get further in this presentation, I'll tell you why the struggle exists. And this is basically it. So if you look at this particular, so there's a forebay and there's a step pool and there's a drainage ditch here. So this water you're seeing, the standing water, is actually after a regular 2-day continuous rain event. This has nothing to do with a flood. And that drainage ditch is at least 3 feet deep with sandy soil. And so you can see this is post the July flood. The ground is so saturated with water that basically it is almost an uphill battle to contain it and contain the sediments and phosphorus that's loading the lake. It's doing its job for the most part on these events, but as we get further into large scale events, it's a really difficult question. Now so here's the other thing. So when you're looking at a lake, you're also looking at slope and the slope of the watershed. And also you're looking at how good the alluvial soil is to basically absorb that impact. And in this case, we have a rain garden bioretention feature here in front of a new boat rack that was put at the Lake Eden public beach. And this is directly after the flood. It's looking pretty good. So that is a particular area which would be, more resilient and be able to absorb the impact, as opposed to the last stormwater feature we showed. Let's see, how do I get back to that? Oh. Okay. Yeah, so in this particular case, this is off of a very steep slope, highly saturated area. And so it's going to have a lot more difficulty sustaining the impact of a flood. Whereas here, you're coming off of an area that's very sandy, and an aftermath was barely noticeable that anything had occurred. Okay, so the third sort of compartment we're looking at when we're looking at lakes and lake watershed action plans and how they're impacted is the shoreline, of course. So these are some images from Lake Eden's shoreline during the flood. On the whole, there was quite a bit of a rise in water level. But because of where Eden is located, I think the impact of the flood on the shorelines, although it's pretty impactful, probably does not equate to what happened in Elmore because of the altitude and how it's draining off into the other basin. And so this is into the Guyan Basin. And the middle picture is what we call Lakeshore Drive. That's the beginning of Lakeshore Drive. That road kind of winds around the bank there and goes for another quarter mile before it returns to another main road. And some of the problematic elements of that road is that it is a town road, believe it or not, but it's also a private road when it gets to the end. So what you have there is some jurisdictional issues with funding and ability to bring people together to agree on what could be done. We've been working with residents there for a few years to convince them that perhaps, some elevated soil lifts or something to expand that buffer zone of that road would be a good impact for neighbors and could look good. But so far, we've been having difficulty getting that message out, and we're going to try again this year. And hopefully maybe this flooding and some of the other damage from just driving on this road, which is very small, will help people see the light as far as what could be done to do good lakeshore best management practices along this roadside. We shall see. Elmore, definitely, due to, I guess it's sort of drainage patterns, and it has a very large inlet as well as outlet flow, experienced quite a degree of flooding. As you see, the middle picture is the Vermont Fish and Wildlife access point. And so you can see that there's the portalet and the greeter's house there. And this is one of the lake owners sent me this picture on the right. This is after the flood, so that's where the boat ended up. So, obviously you all have these experiences. If you live on lakes, you've seen this happen. And this is what I'm hoping that, some of you can talk about at the end of this presentation here. And if there's, essentially, events that you've experienced that you have some ideas about and, what could be done in general from just experiencing it to perhaps create a environment that's more resilient to these flood events. So I'm going to talk about something that I don't think is really talked about much. We think of these floods as sort of singular events that occur, but their aftermath in the following smaller floods are amplified because of them. And I think that's something we really need to think about when we're dealing with climate resilience in general. So this isn't necessarily a lake example, but this is a gully erosion feature that is in Oxbow Park in Morrisville. And obviously, Lamoille was flooded completely during the July flood. And some of this cobblestone and sediment you see was deposited there. But some of these more violent sort of gully of erosion features that have occurred were actually done in the December flooding. And this is, basically it's a 1-2 punch. You have a flood, it creates basically an opening for any other event as small as it can be to completely wreak havoc on, especially an area that's not buffered. Ironically, I've been discussing with the town of Morrisville buffering this park. Of course, not in time for this particular event, nor would have probably done much to begin with at the beginning stages of plant growth. But We will be planting in the fall, some of this park. And we are also talking with the different important people involved, including the town and state agencies, about what would be the best path forward for Oxbow Park, especially on the lower deck level, which is going to see repeated flooding events like this. But again, I think it's important moving forward that we consider not only the flood and the singular event, but also the aftermath of what's to come, even in a smaller flooding event that immediately precedes it. So something to consider, something to think about. So, basic field observations that I've, come up with over time and watching these lakes and their evolutions. I felt like the primary impacts from the July flood were on the main stems. So swollen Lamoille, Winooski, Otter Creek, etc. Obviously, the lakes were flooded as well. But when we, again, with this proceeding event in December, we saw a lot more upland streams that were more violently impacted because, again, they were exposed and ready for more damage, and there was generally quite a bit of saturation in the ground, water saturation, just preparing it for those events. And as far as lakes go, it's really, again, it's depending on their altitude, their watershed slope, and the groundwater saturation levels that are really impactful about how bad the flood will affect your particular neighborhood. So again, as I said, this is a very short field observation presentation, and I'm just hoping that maybe some of you have been, while I've been talking, have been thinking about their own anecdotal events, what has happened in your and Lake. And I know there probably may be some people from Elmore and Eden here. I don't know if they said they might be here or not. And if they want to explain a little bit more about, what I've shown, that I'm at this moment, I'm pretty open to that conversation. Sorry.
I have a question in the chat. Says, do either Elmore or Eden have dams? And if so, what role do the dams play in the lake flooding?
Yeah, so both of those have a dams outlets to them, and I honestly don't know to what degree they've impacted them, other than they were, basically breached, and they're not big. But they weren't damaged necessarily. But if there's someone from the lake here that can speak to that, it can clarify that message. It'd be a good time to speak up. I guess they're not here.
We can take some oral questions if anybody wants to just raise their hand, unmute and speak up.
Yeah, definitely welcome it. I feel like this is a working document, and I'm really trying to take notes, and I miss a lot, in the work I do. So if someone has something they've seen that would be important to the work moving forward, I'd really appreciate hearing about it.
So this is Dave Johnson. On Lake Dunmore, where I live, the lake level went up a couple of feet, and that was enough to inundate many yards and septic systems around the lake. And I'm wondering if that was an issue on Lake Elmore as well.
Well, if it was, I did not hear about it. I mean, it is an issue, obviously, and it's one that I feel like it's not addressed enough. The focus right now has been on the phosphorus and sediment loading from the general environment and the developed lands. And septic events are, although if they are breached, can be very intense but brief moments. Whereas, and I feel like that's probably why the focus has been steered away from them, and why the focus is still heavily upon the phosphorus loading events that are non-septic related. But I'd like to hear more from anyone. Ed, is that someone raise their head?
Ed Wells says, go ahead, Ed.
Oh, I have a separate question.
Okay. We can go back to yeah, but go ahead, Ed.
But my question is, I am on Salem up in Derby.
Yep.
One of the discussions we've had here for many years is about the lake level around the outlet to the lake here. The Clyde River runs through the lake. Has apparently filled in over the years. Anecdotal evidence is that the lake bottom has changed significantly with accumulation of material from runoff. We've discussed just sort of sitting around coffee, I guess, just the possibility of dredging areas around the outlet to assist with the water flow. Do you know of any situations where that has actually occurred? And I imagine there's tons of regulatory considerations there.
Yeah, I'm sure I can get help with this question, but just my experience, especially working with the state or any sort of funding from a governmental agency, is that dredging is definitely not something that they promote. Dredging of a stream, essentially what you're doing when you do that is you're starting the instability of that stream, the process of instability and erosive effects. And although you're doing a short-term fix on allowing that flow to occur, that flow actually will end up being your enemy in the end as far as anything downstream and the way it affects the river dynamic, the stream outlet dynamic. That is the message I'm getting. Now, has there been exceptions to that rule? I would like to hand that question over to anyone who might be working with the state and or municipality or whomever that has seen benefits from such work. But on the whole, they definitely don't advise it. And I know it seems counterintuitive, but a lot about river dynamics is counterintuitive, I found, especially when you're dealing with floodplains and what they should be allowed to do. But does anyone have any comment about that?
Anyone? Well, perhaps
We do have another. We do have another hand up, and we have a question in the chat. I'll do the question first. Any information on phosphorus levels in these two lakes after the flooding was the question in the chat.
So I'd have to defer. I'd have to defer to, so there's lay monitoring in both of those lakes, and it's currently going on at the moment. And I imagine those numbers, although they're far after the flooding, but maybe there were some that were done immediately after, but I'm not aware of those. I'm assuming that phosphorus levels in both lakes rose significantly based upon the last presentation. But I'm sure we're going to get more numbers on those because both lakes are monitored, and I'll be keeping my eyes out for that information.
Diane, go ahead.
Thank you. Peter, a quick question about lake levels and the water levels. The water here on Willoughby is again very high this spring. Sure. We actually lost a piece of our dock during the winds on, I believe, Monday of Memorial Day weekend. It was not nice swimming in 55-degree water. My question really is, who sets the water height? Who monitors it? It looks to us as if it was way too high before the season even starts. And, why isn't it being lowered? I know that I think that the spawning season in the Willoughby River is over now.
Yeah, so it is my understanding that most lakes that have dams are monitored and regulated by the state. But
who does that, Peter?
Well, that would be, is there anyone here from Lakes and Ponds? on the call. Because that would be the people we want to talk to. You know,
I'm not, it's the dam safety folks.
yeah.
Yeah. So the Lakes and Ponds program doesn't control
Thank you.
dam levels,
Yeah.
water levels at the dam. And most dams, I believe, are just set and not, you know, there's a push to not allow fluctuation.
We actually don't have a dam. We have a system of boards at the north end of the lake where the water flows into the Willoughby River. And they do occasionally change that. But, you know, the problem is those of us who are around the lake know that when stuff is marginal and if there's bad weather coming in, whether it's actual flooding or even something as simple as wind, it can cause property damage.
So thank you, Laura, for clarifying that. And Diane, yeah, I get this from every lake that I've worked with, well, Elmore and Eden and other lakes in meetings like this, bring up this question. And unfortunately, I'm never able to really respond to it because it's not in my, you know, wheelhouse or control. But it is a question that's constantly brought up. It's like, why don't we have the ability to control that? And I would love to have, yeah, Laura, please.
I just added Ben Green's email address to the chat, and he's a good contact. He can help answer those questions better than any of us can, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Laura, is he in Lakes and Ponds?
No, he's in the dam safety program.
Dam safety, okay.
I'll probably be meeting with him next week, actually. Or maybe, I'm not sure. I'm on a dam task force, Vermont Dam Task Force, which is more to do with looking for dams to remove.
Great, thank you.
Regulate. Thanks, Diane.
Before we get to you, Jack, there was a comment from Natalie Fisher saying Lake Rescue has dredged and will be dredging again this fall.
Okay.
And then Chrissy just mentioned that Shadow Lake Dam is owned and operated by the town of Glover. And then Benjamin Green's contact is in the chat, Diane, if that helps you.
Thank you so much.
Right. And Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, Peter, I'd like to go back to the septic system and get your comments on a couple things. This was something that maybe not septic systems, but that Matthew alluded to with rivers that may be on large rivers that have water treatment plants. But you know, on lakes, as the water goes up, different people have different septic systems, different levels relative to the water height. So when we do our water monitoring, it's done at a single place repeatedly. So it would seem to me that some of the local effects might be missed because it gets diluted out and it's difficult. And in our lake, the only place I know where they're doing E. coli monitoring is in the beach area. So again, it is difficult to say whether there's localized problems, it would seem to me. And I'd also, since we have a large group here, you know, ask, I think the question you were asking, have other people on other lakes with these flooding events had localized septic issues? So I'd like to get your thoughts and comments on that.
Yeah. So for my experience with septics in general have been landowner to landowner dye tests, you know, as part of their lake-wise assessment, you know, to check their septic system if it is breached or is leaking into the watershed. And it's non-regulatory, and it's just that landowner's decision to do so. But it would be nice, you know, and we used to have what they called septic socials. I haven't been to one in years. I love the name of that, on lakes, and to, you know, see if there could be more monitoring on that level, single point source monitoring. But then again, you're dealing with landowners and people's, you know, I don't know if it's a regulatory practice. So, you know, you would have to create a movement amongst the lake associations that you're part of to create that sort of effort. And, you know, I would, you know, as a district, conservation district, we would love to take part in that, especially if it has some funding. And motivation to do so. But is there anyone else on the call, like, do they like anyone from lakes that regularly monitor landowners' septic system drainage? Yeah.
I know we don't on Lake Raponda.
Actually, there's a link from Allison in the chat that is about lake-wise septic system socials,
Nice.
that part. The other thing is someone did ask, who do we contact if we suspect septic systems are leaking? I would assume, and Laura, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that an email to Ben Green he'd be able to answer that.
Well, he's with the dam safety program, so he wouldn't really be the greatest contact for that. If you think your own septic system is leaking, that would be calling a wastewater repair company to come check it out. If you are worried that a neighbor's septic system is leaking, or you're smelling septic smells, and you want to report it to have an environmental enforcement officer come out and look, that's also an option. I can put that reporting link in the chat, but an environmental enforcement officer can come out and take a look if you're worried about leakage.
Thank you.
I want to say real quick, this is Allison, that septic systems are covered under our drinking water and groundwater protection division. And I'm going to put a link in the chat for them as well, but it's a little difficult to deal with it with lakes and ponds because it's just not in our purview.
Also, Joanne just said that I think the town health officers might be a contact for failing septic systems. Yeah,
Definitely.
That's true. Yeah. And it looks like Candy has a question or a comment.
Yeah, something we have done, not systemically on Seymour, but in areas, is what I call a bulk buy. I've contacted somebody who, in our case, it's Chaplain's, but you can contact anybody you want, and he gives a discount for a bulk buy. So then I just send out an email, like in our case, I have a big email list for a certain area of our lake, and he can pump, it's somewhere between 3 and 5 septic systems at a time, and gives us a reasonably significant discount, which also helps encourage people who might not otherwise get their septic pumped. And we had a camp on Willoughby for 25 years and had to replace it to the tune at that time, many years ago, of about $45,000. So I also share that with people, that the price to pump your septic is small potatoes compared to needing a new system. So, I think the more you sort of, a penny wise and pound foolish, you don't want to, be penny wise and pound foolish. So that's just a thought, and it's not a total answer, but at least could help.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah.
Thanks, Candy. Sean?
Yeah, just wanted to comment. I know our lake monitor, this state, our lake monitor, and one of the things that our lake monitor is testing for caffeine, which I think was one of the indicators that they use to identify potential septic problems in the lake water. So I'm not sure how many other lakes are doing that, but I thought it was an interesting thing that we're doing on Lake Fairleys.
And Dave wrote there was a special E. coli sampling following July floods on Dunmore and Fern Lake. And Rhonda said also they added a caffeine test, which you were just talking about, Sean. And then Allison just said, I just want to say drinking water and groundwater protection no longer recommends dye tests or flushing tests because they can push a working septic system into failure by flushing away more water than normal through the system.
That's a good update, Allison. Thank you.
Yeah, that's new. So I wouldn't expect everyone to know that. Yeah.
This is
So
what
we
I
all
want to hear.
We all need a new social septic to attend to get up to date on this stuff.
That's a great idea.
Break
Kristen
time.
Ashmankis, she does a really good job, really good presentation. So any lake association that wants one, I suggest doing. We call them wastewater workshops now, but she does a really great job of giving you all the information you could possibly want about septic systems.
Okay.
And if you're interested, you can contact me and I can put you in touch.
Candy, do you have another question? I see your hand up. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions for Peter? Cheryl Barkley from Lake Elmore just, I think, joined us recently, and you were asking about what was going on in Lake Elmore, Peter. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, if you know, I know what time's kind of up at this point, but yeah, I mean, I showed some images earlier of Lake Elmore, and I know Glenn actually sent most of those to me. So if he had wanted to comment more about those, but I don't think we have the time.
Tracy just wanted to know who Allison was. Allison, would you introduce yourself and tell us what your role is, please?
Sure. So I'm Allison Marchioni. I'm a shoreline restoration ecologist. Most of you probably know me through the LakeWise program. I think she was asking whose name I was referring to. So that was Kristen Ashmankis from Drinking Water and Groundwater Protection. She does really great presentations about septic systems. Her contact information is on that first link that I shared. It says Septic System Socials. But you can contact her or contact me if you're interested in doing one of those for your lake association. They're usually very popular. They're really great.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
So thanks, Peter. I think we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. Is Peter Isles around?
We're not ahead of
So,
schedule.
yeah, 10:30 is our break.
Maybe I have an old version. Okay. Is Peter Isles?
No, it's not time, Jack. We'll be taking a 10-minute break right now,
Okay.
so we'll reconvene at 1:43.
Yep, I see that now. Thank you, Pat.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll be taking a break for a few minutes. Okay, we are back from break. And so we are going to continue on. Go ahead, Jack.
So thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Isles. Peter's our DEC project lead for the cyanobacteria monitoring in Lake Champlain and for Vermont's inland lakes. Peter holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Chicago, a master's in conservation biology from Columbia, and a PhD from the University of Vermont, where he studied the impact of climate change on cyanobacteria blooms in Lake Champlain. In addition, Dr. Isles has held 2 postdoctoral fellowship positions in Europe, one in Sweden and the other in Switzerland. Peter has authored more than 30 peer-reviewed articles on cyanobacteria, lake biogeochemistry, and the impacts of climate change on our lake processes. So Peter, welcome today, and we look forward to your comments on recent flooding impacts on Vermont lakes.
Thank you very much, Jack, and thanks all of you for having me. And thanks for making a last-minute schedule change. I am actually at the Association for the Sciences of Limnology and Oceanography annual meeting this week in Madison, Wisconsin. So this is kind of the big limnology conference. So I had a conflict with my scheduled talk here, which I just finished. I'm going to share my screen now. You guys see the presentation?
Yes. Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So again, thanks for inviting me. I always like to talk to FOVLAP, particularly as you guys really on the front line of, keeping an eye on our lakes, even more so than us in lakes and ponds. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about flooding impacts on Lake Champlain and Vermont inland lakes. So first, I'm going to talk a bit more broadly about the impacts of storms on lakes, and sort of synthesize what we know sort of as a global scientific community about what kind of impacts tend to happen. I'll then dig into some of the data from Lake Champlain and some of the data that we have from the inland lakes to try to look at what's been going on. So, big picture, how do storms influence lakes? I'm going to start this presentation with a story from a paper back in 2012. And this paper looked at the impact of Hurricane Irene on a number of lakes in the northeastern United States. So these lakes all belong to something called the Global Lakes Ecological Observatory Network, which is sort of a loose consortium of researchers who have these high-frequency buoys in their lakes and want to understand sort of how to interpret that data. So when Hurricane Irene came through, a lot of these researchers got together and thought, let's do a comparison to see what the effect of a big storm like this is on a variety of lakes. And what they saw was really quite diverse. So I should say on the plot on the left, those pink circles are the locations of these lakes, the closest one to us being Lake Sunapee in New Hampshire. So in the figures on the right, what you're looking at is heat maps showing lake temperature profiles. So basically to read those, you have time on the x-axis, and you have depth in the lake on the y-axis going from surface at the top to bottom at the bottom. And the color represents the temperature. So you have warmer surface water sitting on top of colder bottom water with some kind of transition zone in the middle. So this is pretty typical limnological data you're looking at here. So each of these panels on the right represents a different lake, and they represent the same time period when Hurricane Irene came through. So in some of these plots, say the panel at the top right, you can see a clear signal when that hurricane came through. We had really warm water before that mixed the lake, cooled the lake down. The water got a lot cooler. So you can see that vertical line on that plot. The one below it, it's even more stark. You had a nicely stratified system before Hurricane Irene came through. And then that totally got blown out by the hurricane. It got fully mixed, and it never got re-stratified during the course of that year. However, in other lakes, you see very little signal of the hurricane. So for example, in the bottom left, you can't even really make out when it happened. It wasn't a really significant event there. So that could have been a little bit farther from the storm path, could have had a smaller catchment, but there's clearly a diversity of factors influencing how much or how little a lake responds to a big storm event. A couple of things to point out here, that plot, second from the top on the right over here, this is a reservoir that has So it has a very large catchment draining into it. So part of what happened here is you just had all the water in that reservoir replaced by this flood of water from the hurricane. So there you can see the influence of catchment area, for example, on lake processes. The plot next to that, second from the top on the left, here you can see, not such a dramatic effect, but you can see that storm pushing that thermocline deeper. So you can imagine that if this lake had more nutrients in the bottom than it does at the surface, which is pretty common, some of those nutrients are being mixed up into the surface waters, and that could affect processes later on in the summer. So we can look at a lot of axes of variation in terms of how storms impact lakes. We can look at lake size. For example, fetch modifies the impact of wind. If you have a long fetch, given wind speed is going to mix that lake more. Lake depth is going to affect mixing also, as well as residence time. Lake depth is closely related to lake volume typically. Trophic state. So if you have deep water nutrients, as I was saying, and those can be mixed up into the surface, that might respond differently to a storm than in a oligotrophic lake that doesn't have that internal loading going on. Catchment area, how much water is coming in. You saw that on the previous slide. If you have a large catchment, more of that water is replaced. You get more delivery materials from the catchment. They have a stronger impact from a big rain event. And catchment land cover, so do we see nutrients, particularly in a disturbed catchment, you'll generally have a very positive relationship with nutrients, whereas in a more forested landscape, you might start to see dilution events at high rates of discharge. So another nice paper that sort of summarizes these impacts of storms was actually published by Jason Stockwell from the University of Vermont. He runs the Rubenstein lab down by the waterfront in Burlington. So what you can see in this paper is essentially a compilation of reported results of storm events from a variety of lakes around the world. So the arrows here represent the direction of the effect, if it increases or decreases. And there's a bunch of important lake parameters here. So some things are variable among lakes, some are pretty consistent. So for example, pretty much all lakes report an increase in nutrients after a storm event. Storms carry materials from the catchment, a lot of nutrients. And I think Matt Vaughan talked a lot about that this morning. Storms pretty much always decrease light availability in lakes. So that means that any primary producer, be it phytoplankton, cyanobacteria, or aquatic plants, tend to suffer after a storm due to the low light environment. Mixing always increases. When you get a big influx of either wind or rain or both, most commonly, that's going to destabilize lake thermal structure to some extent. And finally, biomass of phytoplankton typically decreases following a storm event. But here, the question of timescale matters. So there's typically an immediate decrease, but longer-term effects can be more complex. Phytoplankton diversity, however, tends to increase. So when you have a disturbed system, you might get a more biodiverse phytoplankton community. So here's another figure from Jason's paper, which tries to summarize some of this. It's a lot to look at. But in essence, you can conceptualize a storm as impacting lakes both directly through wind effects and then indirectly, but through precipitation in the watershed that's then channeled down to the lake. These two factors both affect nutrient and sediment loading, residence time, stratification, and sediment resuspension in lakes, which can affect a variety of biota within the lakes and ultimately the ecosystem services that lakes can provide. So that's kind of the general background I wanted to give. Now I want to look a little bit at how Vermont lakes fared during the floods we saw in 2023. So the first and most obvious effect is that there was more water in the lakes. Here we're looking at the lake level gauge in Burlington, Vermont on Lake Champlain. So here you see 2023 in black, and you see all of the previous years shown as those gray dots in the background with the 95% confidence range around the mean shown as that gray shaded area. So in essence, what you're seeing is that 2023 lake level was pretty low prior to this storm event, but that during the storm it rose very rapidly to reach record levels for that date. And it stayed pretty high throughout the summer. So it was a very weird water year. Again, we had another flood, of course, in December. And at that point, the lake reached even higher water levels, higher actually than the spring flood, which is not typically what we see in a hydrograph in Vermont, or in a lake level graph in Vermont. So it was a very strange year overall. And of course, other Vermont lakes also had changing water level to various extents. This could have been, but again, this is moderated by the catchment size and the basin morphometry. I want to do a little diversion and take kind of more of a deep dive into the relationship between what's coming out of the rivers and what's entering the lake using a sort of model study system we've set up at the Lamoille River and in Mallett's Bay. So the points here, upstream, you have the USGS gauge above the Arrowhead Mountain Lake there on the Lamoille River. Then the middle point there is where we have a monitoring buoy with sensors moored on the Lamoille River. And that last point in the lake is another monitoring buoy we have out in the middle of Mallett's Bay. So looking first at that river buoy here, we're looking at the turbidity data in black, and that's superimposed on the hydrograph from the Lamoille River shown in blue. So what you can see is some interesting dynamics. We see this first very high turbidity pulse. That then subsides, and then we have a later increase in turbidity where the main bulk of water from that storm event comes in. So what you're seeing there is the difference between very local effects downstream of that Arrowhead Mountain Lake, and then takes some time for water to move through that reservoir before it then gets to the sensor. But in essence, what you're seeing here with this turbidity is a lot of suspended sediment being moved through the river. And of course, that suspended sediment has a lot of phosphorus stuck to its surface. So this represents a giant pulse of nutrients into Lake Champlain. So when Matt was showing you his nutrient load estimates, a lot of that is, is embodied in this figure here. This is how a lot of those nutrients get moved. You can also see a real drop in salinity during the course of the storm event. Very low conductivity in the water there, so that can be a tracer for this stormwater. And you see a big drop in temperature going from around 25 degrees centigrade down to around 20 degrees. All right, so that's what's going on in the river here. Then we can move over to Mallett's Bay and take a look at what we see there. So the black line here represents that storm event starting July 11th-ish. But we don't actually see a signal of that water until here. Here you can see that 20-degree isocline within the lake get wider. That's what you're looking at there is really all of that 20-degree water that we saw in the pulse over here enter the lake and intrude at that depth. So water is always going to find its equal density gradient. Density is dependent on temperature. So that's what you're looking at there. And you can see that in the turbidity sensor as well at this buoy. We start to see this big spike in turbidity right there where we see that wider yellow isocline in the temperature profile. So here's just all the rest of the data we have from that Mallett's Bay buoy. The main thing I want to highlight is the turbidity plot, which has turb on the y-axis down here. What you can see is that we had, initial spike and then a gradual settling out of all that sediment that came to the lake. But turbidity remained quite high for about a month after the storm event. So for that whole period, we had a diminishment of light availability within Lake Champlain. I'll skip that side. So, sensor data are good, but sometimes photographs tell a better story. So here's what the lake looked like directly after that storm event. It was very turbid, and Secchi depth was only about 0.4 meters, whereas at this site, it's usually about 2.5 meters. So that's more than 80% reduction in transparency. That means that the volume of water that phytoplankton could photosynthesize in also declined by 80% or so as a result of this storm event. This means you had much less primary production following this storm event. So that's what it looked like at Lake Station 25, which is the first panel here. However, Mallett's Bay does have a major tributary entering into a relatively enclosed body of water. So this is where you sort of expect to see the strongest effects. So here we want to look at how Secchi depth changed at all the other stations in Lake Champlain. And you can see that, while the patterns were, the general trend is that Secchi depth declined after this storm event. So the storm is represented by that red vertical line. The degree to which it changed really varied depending on where the station was. And, the minimum value of Secchi depth was also very different. So whereas it got to 0.4 meters at station 25, it only got down to about 2.5 or 3 meters at station 34, which is in the inland sea, not too far from station 25, but north of that Route 2 causeway at Sandbar State Park. And similarly, other parts of the lake responded very differently. So, as we said, when we're looking at the introduction, different areas are going to respond differently to storm events, dependent on a number of factors like the basin morphometry and the influence of the catchment. A lot of the questions that I got after the storm event was wondering what the impact is going to be on cyanobacteria blooms. So unfortunately, I can't give you a very good answer to that. So again, the storm event is shown by this vertical line here, and what we're looking at is reports from the cyanobacteria monitoring program, both from our routine monitors on the top. So these are reports that are given every week at the same time, regardless of whether a bloom is present, and then supplemental reports. So these are generally only reported when someone observes a bloom. So what you can see is that following the storm event, for the next sort of couple weeks, we saw very few bloom events. And you can see that best in the supplemental plot down at the bottom there, following that black line. So there may have been an immediate reduction due to light effects, as well as just due to increased turbulence, in the lake, due to mixing from that big influx of water, as well as the associated wind. However, we did have a lot of late season blooms in 2023. So this raises the question of whether those late season blooms were driven by nutrient loading from the storm event, or whether it was more the weather conditions driving it. We know that in some parts of the lake, weather, particularly heat waves, hot calm periods, are the biggest predictor of cyanobacteria bloom events. But it could be that the increasing nutrients available from the storm essentially primed the lake to respond more quickly when those heat waves occur. So for example, over Labor Day weekend last year, we had a huge spike in blooms throughout the state. So this is a time of year where typically a heat wave is going to cause blooms. But we saw some of the highest incidence of blooms over our monitoring period last year, late in the summer. Over here's another example. This is a bit of a complicated figure, so excuse me. This is from a paper I published in 2015 on Missisquoi Bay. In the plot on the left in blue, you can see phycocyanin, which is an indicator of cyanobacteria. This is again from a monitoring buoy. So all I want to draw your attention to here is this line between after this late stage, so this shaded area on the late, you see the cyanobacteria drop off very suddenly right in early September. The thing that was driving that was this panel on the top right, which is discharge from the Missisquoi River. So again, we had a much more localized storm event, but quite a large local storm event with a couple inches of rain. And in this case, when a storm occurred at this time of year, it really served to shut down the bloom that we were having. It flushed the system, so the cyanobacteria bloom ended. So all I want to emphasize by this is that the timing of a storm in relation to the bloom season really matters. If it comes before the season, it can deliver nutrients and set up potentially late season blooms, whereas if it comes once the bloom has already started to grow, it might really interrupt that bloom and stop it. The only other thing I wanted to show from the Lake Champlain data is that you could see a signal of dilution in the chloride data as well there. So we saw that in the river. You also see that in the long-term monitoring data from the lake. In this case, this is a small silver lining. Chloride concentrations have been increasing in the lake quite consistently for many years due to road salt application. So I don't really expect this to hold up. This is probably a blip in the time series. But we are concerned about increasing chloride concentrations in the lake and what impact that'll have on things like zooplankton. So again, a small silver lining from this event. So just to summarize the impacts on Lake Champlain, as you heard from Matt this morning, there are huge nutrient loads associated with major storms like this. We thought, although it's not always so clear how available those nutrients are, either immediately or down the road, to phytoplankton in the lake. We had reduced light availability for a month or more at most sites. We also had reduced salinity although it didn't have a major ecological impact. And it's pretty unclear what impacts there were on blooms. I'm suspecting that it probably fertilized late season blooms to some extent, but again, it's really hard to be sure about that. So now I'm going to move a bit onto the data we have from the inland lakes, which is not as much. And a lot of this work is really stuff that Mark Mitchell put together from the lay monitoring data. So and this is just a plot of showing the distribution of precipitation during those July floods. So you can see, a lot of that precipitation was concentrated along the spine of the Green Mountains. There were some localized patches with much higher precipitation. So there's a lot of local effects when we talk about precipitation, and a lot of variability in how much water actually reaches individual lakes. But as of Lake Champlain, we saw a big change in water clarity at many sites after the July flood. So what you're looking at in the map at the left, each of those markers represents a lake, and the color represents the change in Secchi depth, with green being no change, and dark red there being a very large change in Secchi depth. And so in some places, the Secchi depth changed by as much as 6 meters, which is huge, essentially 100% decline in light availability. But you can also see that there's some red markers there right next to green markers. So we had a lot of local variability in terms of how strong the effects were. And this had a lot to do, again, with the catchment size, with the lake depth, and with sort of the catchment land cover, how much erodible sediment was there close to the lake that could be loaded into the lake. So again, very site-specific impacts, so it makes it hard to generalize. We also saw an increase in total phosphorus following this storm event in a lot of lakes, well, certainly not all. And again, you see very spatially variable amounts of change in these phosphorus concentrations before and after the storm event. Again, the monitoring data we have here is a relatively low temporal resolution, and there's a lot of other things going on to affect phosphorus during these times. Phytoplankton have natural cycles of growth and decline that change nutrient concentrations. But I think we can certainly attribute a lot of these effects to the storm itself. So just briefly to summarize what we know lake responses to storms are complex. We know that there's going to be a lot of nutrient loading, although there's also a lot of flushing, but there's typically going to be a net load of nutrients to a lake. We know that light's going to be reduced for some period of time, and this is going to have negative impacts on algae and cyanobacteria growth, as well as the growth of aquatic plants. We know that impacts are likely to persist longer, at least within the year, in deep lakes and lakes with large catchments. That's because deep lakes tend to have more of what we call ecological memory. So once a lake gets perturbed, it's harder for it to recover because it has such a large heat budget, and it takes a long time for things to settle out. Whereas a shallow lake, sediment settle out very quickly, and the lake can reestablish its normal ecological state. We know that this may contribute to long-term sort of decadal scale nutrient issues because as we build up those sediment stores of phosphorus, and this can lead to the infamous incidental loading that influences water quality in a lot of eutrophic lakes. So release of those nutrients from the lake sediments later on when the weather conditions are right. And finally, I didn't really talk much about this, partly because I don't know as much about this, but we know that water quality issues such as E. coli, issues of transport of, flooding of sewage systems, washing out of septic systems can have impacts on water quality that I didn't really touch on, but that is something to be aware of. And those typically persist while the water is turbid. And if you're worried about that, please send in a sample for testing. All right, that was a summary of what we know. Now we talk a little bit about a summary of what we don't know. We don't really know how storms impact cyanobacteria blooms, although we know that there's probably no single answer. And I think we know that the timing of the storm relative to the bloom is probably pretty important. We don't know how many of the nutrients coming in are actually available to lake biota. And of course, while we deposit a lot of nutrients on lake sediments, we're also burying nutrients deeper into lake sediments as that happens. So there's always a net export of nutrients down to be buried for geological time. So the rate of sediment coming in is partially balanced by sediment burial, and we don't really know how that balances out. We don't really know what the long-term impacts are going to be of having more frequent storm events, and we don't really know how the timing of storms is going to affect their impacts in a kind of more general sense. So that's what I have together. I haven't really been keeping track of timing, so I don't know if I'm way short or way long, but I'd love to take your questions.
Jackie, are there any questions in the chat?
No, there are no questions at this time. Does anybody have questions that they would like to ask or comments?
Well, I'll ask a question. Peter, you listed at the end things we don't know. I wonder if you could speak maybe for a minute or two, a couple minutes about, what do you see as the research projects going forward to maybe answer some of those questions, or at least to collect more data to try to answer those questions?
That's a good question. So, I think it's really important. So we do have more data that we have collected that we haven't been able to analyze yet. One important data set I think is going to be from the Sentinel Lakes program. So we have a handful of lakes in Vermont that, Kelly Merrill has really been spearheading that effort to collect high frequency data from these lakes. And that sort of the intention behind the Sentinel Lakes program is exactly to look at the effects of climate related factors on how lakes are behaving over time. So we can use that as a baseline against which to judge our other lakes. So certainly looking at how those different lakes responded to the storm event is going to be really interesting. And I think we're going to work with researchers at UVM who might have more time and students to devote to this to really get at the heart of that. In terms of things that we want to continue monitoring, I think certainly it would be useful to put some more effort into understanding nutrient loads to different lakes around the state. And we don't have a lot of gauge streams, but there are increasingly kind of US scale model products that can be used to start to estimate things like nutrient loading, and trying to figure out how to combine that with weather data to estimate sort of how much is coming into the lakes. I think is going to be really useful as we think about lake nutrient budgets over time. But beyond that, I really think, when these events happen, or events, smaller events as well, I hope, we really want to try to get out there and collect data about them, because really what we need is more data to understand this. And as I was saying at the beginning, this isn't just a Vermont problem. This is a global problem of trying to get a handle on kind of how storms impact lake ecosystems.
We do have a question in the chat from Martha. Can you suggest ways we should be monitoring our own lake or pond beyond the lay monitoring?
One thing that I think would be useful, if you have a SECI disc, or you can get one, with our lay monitoring program, we get out there only every couple of weeks. If we had daily data, if you could go out in your boat and just do a SECI reading every day, that would give us a much better picture of how quickly sediments are settling out of the lake, which I think would be useful for kind of understanding the response. So that's an easy thing that I can imagine. Apart from that, I don't have a kind of obvious answer. I think this would be a discussion to have kind of on a case-by-case basis. Of course, I'd love to have all the data in the world, but there's practical limitations to that. So.
I think Candy has her hand raised. No. Oh, okay. Maybe it was Jack. Sorry. I saw a hand raised. There you go. Go ahead, Jack.
So Peter, thank you. One of the questions I have is in terms of whether there's a bloom or not, the quantitation of that. Sometimes it's very small, sometimes it's quite marked, and I would think that would be an important factor, and maybe I missed it, but to try to bring into understanding factors that contribute or don't contribute to this in terms of quantifying on individual lakes the extent of the bloom. Are there good ways to do that?
Yeah, so and it's a good question. So in our cyanobacteria monitoring program, we have a pretty coarse categorization. So we do have what we call a low alert bloom and a high alert bloom. So on the figure I showed earlier, that would be yellow and red on that plot. So to some extent, what you're saying is captured by that distinction. Typically, if it's a small wispy bloom, that would be what we call category 2 instead of category 3. We can't really get more fine-grained than that based on the visual observational data, which is most of the data that we get. We're pretty limited. Counting microscope samples is very time intensive, and I'd love to be able to do more of it, and we're thinking about ways that we can increase our data on the phytoplankton communities, perhaps using some instruments that they have at the UVM labs, and eventually maybe getting one for ourselves. But we have some work to do on that. So it's something that we'd like to get a better handle on. One thing that we are trying to do, Lizzie Gallagher, who may be here, and myself, is incorporate more satellite monitoring data into our program so we can understand spatial distributions using that. There's new satellite products that have much better spatial resolution, so we can start to resolve smaller lakes. Using the older satellites, we could really only get at the largest lakes in the state in terms of satellite-based monitoring. So hopefully that can be useful. I think for most lakes in Vermont, those really wispy blooms that you sometimes see in oligotrophic lakes, we're not going to be able to pick up even with satellites. So that will really be limited to observational reports. But we might be able to see some trends, and we can get an unbiased spatial picture. So I think that's something that we're excited about.
Thank you. There's a question is whether, Peter, you could describe the Sentinel Lakes program, like which lakes are part of that?
So embarrassingly, I don't have the names of those lakes at the top of my head. I know Holland Pond. Some of you probably can list those better than I can, because you probably have them on your lakes. If you Google Sentinel Lakes Vermont DEC, they should pop up. We have a webpage for it. Yeah, but I apologize, I can't list those lakes. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 lakes we have now, with records now going back, 5 or 6 years. But we're going to continue that program into the future.
Peggy?
And there's a link to that Sentinel Lakes program that Allison dropped in the chat, so you can look at that.
If a lake is interested in implementing regular SETI observations, is it important for it to be in the same spot where the lay monitor measures, or could it be near at a convenient place for a person on the lakeshore?
That's an interesting question. I think if we're going to be comparing it to what the lay monitor measures, it's best if it's in the same place. There can be spatial variability, and that could be interesting. In general, I'd say this is mostly going to be something that I would encourage when we have really major events like this one. For routine monitoring, I'm not sure we're going to see so much from daily observations, but I think it would be cool if any of you are able to take those kind of daily SECI readings after a big storm event. Really wherever we can get the data, we'd be happy for it. But out in the middle of the lake, where the lay monitor's sample would be best.
Thank you.
Okay. Dave?
Yeah, Peter, I know that Mark has changed the lay monitoring protocol for sampling with samples at the surface and down below the thermocline. And I'm wondering if in comparing those data through this period of the storm, whether, that showed some of the effects that you mentioned at the beginning of your talk about the thermal effects of a big influx of water on the lake. Do you know if anyone's looked at that data?
I don't think anyone's taken a deep look at it. If anyone has, it would be Mark, but I have not looked at it myself, so I'm sorry, I can't give a good answer to that question, but it's a good idea.
We have Lizzie, said we also have one more training date for volunteer cyanobacteria monitoring upcoming on June 15th from 4 to 5:50 for those who are interested, and then send Peter and I an email. And then she also put a link in for the Sentinel Lakes in the chat. That's all we have so far.
There's another comment in the chat from Chrissy Kane. Did you see
Sorry,
that, Jack?
I'm not seeing it.
I can read it. It's from Chrissy Kano. In early September 2023, after the July flooding, Shadow Lake and Glover experienced its first recorded cyanobacteria bloom, reported to the Lake Champlain Committee, which classified the bloom as a level 2 alert, indicating low to moderate cyanobacteria levels. If the bloom duration continued or had moved to our public beach, the Vermont Department of Health advises it may be necessary to notify water users to avoid the water for their safety. I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to.
So that, I mean, that's true. When we do observe a bloom, the health department does put out advisories, and they'll get in touch with the local health authorities or local health officers. Typically for a level 2 bloom, that would be cleared pretty quickly, particularly in Shadow Lake. But yes, I mean, I think it's true. Early September, we did have a lot of blooms reported. But again, I'm not clear on whether this is a flood effect. We also had a really big heat wave over Memorial Day weekend. And typically when you have a heat wave late in the summer at that late August, early to mid-September, that's kind of the prime conditions that we'd expect to get a bloom. So that can be a temperature effect, or it can be a delayed effect of the flood. And we really have no way to parse that with our data. So it's frustrating to me too, but yeah, we simply have to acknowledge that they're both possibilities.
One more, Lizzie said 4 to 5:30 typo for the cyanobacteria monitoring. And Elizabeth said, how do you factor in the prevalence of invasives like Asian clams and zebra mussels when using the zebra disc as a measurement for water quality?
I mean, I think it's important to be aware of. I think clearly filter feeders like Asian clams or zebra mussels do affect water clarity. You see sometimes big influences of this in Lake Champlain after the invasion. You don't really factor it in. It's just part of what you see when you look at Secchi data is the effect of those filter feeders. I don't think that's going to be really so that's going to affect the lake baseline. I think when you have a big storm event with a lot of the suspended sediment, those are probably going to largely close up their mouths and not suck in all that suspended sediment, at least when it's really heavy. I mean, I don't think that would be in their interest. So I don't know how much effect they're going to have after like a major flood event like we had in July. Yeah, but certainly they have a big influence on water clarity. And that has both good and bad consequences.
Okay, should we move on, Jackie? I think
Yeah,
we're
there are no more comments or questions in the chat. Thank you, Jack.
great. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Jackie. So our fourth speaker this morning is Kurt Mueller. Kurt's the director of aquatic invasive species surveillance and mitigation for Shadow Lake, and he's also served there as a greeter and greeter supervisor. Kurt received a Bachelor of Science in Nuclear Engineering from the University of Florida and a Master's of Science at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California. Today, Kurt will be telling us about Shadow Lake, responses to flooding. Kurt, take it away.
Will do. I guess I'll have to share my screen for PowerPoint here.
Should be able to share.
Okay. Can you, can you see it?
No.
Not yet.
No.
I said it ahead of time. Could someone?
Yeah, sure. I can share, Kurt, if you want.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Okay, so my presentation that I've been asked to do is on the responses to flooding. So I won't be talking about the flooding, but I'll be just to give you a feel for how much it was. From a neighbor's dock, we measured it as 31 inches that we received from the lowest, from before it rained to the when it at the highest ebb. Okay, next slide. Okay, the Orleans County Natural Resource Department funded a consultation for Shadow Lake Phase 1 Lake Water Action Plan. As you can see, that about half of the issues had to do with roads, either the driveways, the private roads, and public roads. There's most common issues, as it says, unstable road shoulders, unstable ditches, etc. And we'll go over that, but a lot of it has to do with sediment. And then the shoreline sectors, about 39%. Think when you see shoreline sector, think lake-wise, vegetation buffers, etc., and so forth. And then on stream section, it's about 12% of the projects. Most common issues is lack of floodplain access, lack of buffers, etc. Just to get you a feel for how many of these projects are, it's a little over 100 projects. 30 of them have gotten project summary sheets. They're basically a one sheet, 50,000 foot view of an issue. So it will discuss things like the description of the problem, the description of the fix, feasibility, problems such as do you need a permit or not, current site, and who owns it. So is it public land? Is it private? What have you? And then it gives a rough estimate for the cost of the project. So an example of a project estimate would be like between 25,000 and 75,000. So it's all like the big picture of the different projects. Okay, next slide. Okay, example of a project is the one that you're looking at right now. That was all water at one time. We unfortunately had a perfect storm. The flood occurred after our asphalt road was removed. I've been in the Shadow Lake since the late 80s, and only 1 year did we have a dirt road. Unfortunately, the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a dirt road, and that creates a lot of issues as far as sediment increasing, getting to the lake. So if you look at that picture right now, if you look across, that's my dock. See the wooden dock? You used to be able to dive off it at one time. So this has been happening through the years, but it got exasperated through the flood. Okay, next slide. So you see before the flood, the one on the left, you can see the area where you saw the sandbar and the sediment, and the water goes all the way to the shoreline. And the shoreline at one time, vegetation and supported a lot of small fish. The after, you can see not only has the shoreline gone down, you see where the dog is, that was all water. You could also see the sandbar. Next slide. So the mitigation of this problem, they started work on it Monday. So this is right before Monday. I took a picture, and I probably could have done a better picture, but it's a very steep driveway. So it's steep, and then there's a pathway that goes to the lake, and all the road basically ended up going into the lake. The idea is to install a terraced rain garden in that spot. We've installed, we being Shadow Lake Association, hired Northwoods to do a rain garden that's been quite successful by our beach. And it's been there for quite, I guess, around 5 or 7 years. And it's still in effect. So next slide. Okay, like I said before, it had just slate and grass going down to their dock. This is the neighbor's dock. And they installed infiltration steps. What the infiltration steps allows you to do is the water still gets to go to the lake, but the gravel and such absorbs all the sediment, and so the water what comes out is filtered and won't cause a sediment buildup. The rain garden installation. Oh, next slide, please. So the rain garden installation. This was the picture as of yesterday. They should be finished by next Friday, where we'll have a rain garden installation very similar to the one that was on the beach. Just to let you know, as far as the overall plan, it was done by Murphy-Magog Water Association, funded by the Orleans County Natural Resource Department. And if you see the people to the right, they are working for Northwoods, who's doing the actual work. And next slide. So are there questions?
There are none in the chat. Is there anyone that has questions for Kurt?
That's great. I must have really covered all bases.
Kurt, this is Dave. I have a question. Were there earlier stormwater improvements prior to the flood? And if so, how did they survive?
Yeah, for the example I gave, the rain garden that was done for our beach did survive, and it did very well. So that. So we think this is, so far we've had 2 projects funded. One is across the lake of where you were seeing the people, and that's a Lakewise project. And this one.
Rhonda has a question.
Yeah, based on the initial comment about how you've always had a paved road and unfortunately it was now a dirt road. Is the general consensus that for lakeside homes and camps are paved driveways preferable to dirt driveways and parking areas?
Well, again, I'm not an expert, but it definitely is huge, because we saw the sandbar that we have here, and there's even a bigger one as you go towards the dam. Matter of fact, the guy who owns well, I guess no one owns the new island that's built, but he actually put his dock across it. So yes, I could just say from living here, and I also dive, so I could say yes, it really has done a number on it. Now, yes, true, if it had better drainage, etc., maybe it would have less effect. But yes, I would definitely say there's no advantage to, I thought there would be, or I thought it would slow down traffic, but it has not. And I cannot think of any advantage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Kurt. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy?
Candy.
You had on mute.
Thanks. I wonder if somebody from DEC would weigh in on that. I really appreciate Kurt's observation and Rhonda's question. But it's my understanding that with Lake-wise, that's the polar opposite of what we're taught.
I can say something. This is Allison. Like with so many things, it really depends on the circumstances and where that road is. I think that, we're not really advocating for paving all the roads around lakes, especially since so many of those roads are usually private. But you have different problems with each type of surfacing. Paved roads are impervious surface. You can have runoff problems with that, the same as you can with a dirt road. I think in the case of Shadow Lake, there have definitely been some issues with that road since the pavement was taken up that are difficult to deal with. So yeah, I know it's not a very satisfying answer. It really it depends on the topography. It depends on how close to the lake you are. It depends on what kind of road it is. So I'm sorry, there's not a straightforward answer.
Okay. It's, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I know from Lake-wise, you get dinged if if your driveway is paved, and I thought, and so I don't know, maybe they take that into consideration. But thank you.
Well, I do agree a paved driveway is an issue because you got water going from the road directly, but I'm talking about the road itself.
Right. Yep. I hear you.
There are going to be talks on roads this afternoon after lunch, so hang on some of these questions.
Chrissy just said the Delta Mount Sandbar of road gravel extends approximately 75 feet, but the plume extends under the surface and laterally over 100 feet. The town is replacing the undersized culverts. Shadow.
Yeah, just to let you know, this particular culvert here was replaced about 3 years ago. So it is a large culvert that goes to where we are.
You can see all the dirt on it.
So just to let you know that for this particular one, culvert's not the issue because the culvert has been replaced with an oversized culvert.
Thank you. No, paved, okay, Chrissy also said paved driveways, sheet water, best to divert water to a drop box catch basin, whereas gravel driveways can easily erode.
There are mitigations for both types of driveways, paved and unpaved, that can be implemented. So again, it depends on the circumstances that you're in.
Thanks, Allison. No more thoughts or questions in the chat.
Okay, well then let's move on. Kurt, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. So our last speaker before lunch is Laura DeLuca-Leckie. Laura works with the DEC as the Lakes and Ponds Program and as Regional Lakes and Ponds Permit Analyst. Laura received her Bachelor of Science from the University of North Carolina in Asheville in Environmental Studies and a Master's of Science in Forest Resources from Oregon State. There she studied the restoration of aquatic ecosystems. And Laura's going to be helping us update on what's new with lakes and ponds. So Laura, looking forward to what new information you have to share today. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. And in the short amount of time we have, I'm actually going to share this time with Bethany Sargent, who's going to start us off with she's our Deputy Division Director. And she's also been stepping in and helping manage our Lakes and Ponds program while we don't have a program manager. So she's going to give some bigger picture Lakes and Ponds updates and talk about some things that I'm not as familiar with. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about some Lake-wise updates and the wake boat implementation. And then we can both be available to answer questions. So I'll pass it over to you, Bethany.
Thanks, Laura. So I'm happy to join you today. As Laura mentioned, my name is Bethany Sargent. So I am the Deputy Director for the Watershed Management Division, which is the division in which our Lakes and Ponds program is housed. And actually, I know many of you, having started in the Lakes and Ponds program back, 12 years ago now as the Vermont Lay Monitoring Coordinator, and I also coordinated the Vermont Invasive Patrollers. So it's great to be part of the Lake Seminar again, and to see many of you, many familiar faces. As Laura mentioned, I'm going to just give a few brief updates on some program elements that I've been involved in since standing in as sort of an interim program manager. And that's, I know, near and dear to all of your hearts as well in terms of that position and wanting that leadership position within the Lakes and Ponds program filled. So I'll provide an update there, as well as some other recruitment efforts. First and foremost, this is an incredibly busy time of the year, as you all know, for our Lakes and Ponds program. For those of you who aren't as familiar with the program's body of work overall, the program itself is responsible for, water quality monitoring and assessment of our lakes and ponds, aquatic invasive species, spread prevention, management, regulation through our aquatic nuisance control work, and then also our lake regulatory work focused on permitting for shoreland and encroachment projects. Our lake shoreline outreach work that Allison Marchioni leads through LakeWise, and also much of the planning and policy work that Laura has been involved in with the use of public water rules. We also, during this time, bring on a bunch of seasonal staff as well to help support all of these efforts. So the program grows considerably in the early part of the summer. In terms of the recruitment, for the manager position, I was hoping to be able to announce a new manager. At this point, we just wrapped up our third round of recruitment for the position. So we're in the process of reviewing the register. Unfortunately, we haven't had as many applicants or as a large a pool of applicants as we'd hoped, despite the recruitment efforts, that we've had and that you have all have supported in terms of trying to get the word out about this opening. We're really committed to finding the right person for this position. And I think, it's been a challenge for the program in terms of, having this vacancy for such an extended period of time. And I know that many of you in FOVLAP are looking forward to the time when that position is filled. At the same time, we want to make sure we find the right person for it. And so we're dedicated to doing that and are going to continue and work through our register that we have for this third round of recruitment. We're also in the process of hiring a lead monitoring and assessment staff person. So this person would lead our monitoring assessment section. So the work that we do in terms of assessing the status and long-term trends for water quality in Vermont lakes and ponds. And so that process is going well. And we also have two new positions in our aquatic invasive species section. So we welcome Lizzie Gallagher into that section in January. And then we have a second position that is currently under recruitment. And so as a program, we've grown a bit overall. Pete LaFlamme and I are continuing to support the Lakes program, and just want to emphasize again that if there are issues that arise, or if you have questions that you would normally reach out to the program manager about or would have in the past, please feel free to reach out to me or to Pete. We'll continue to provide support to the Lakes and Ponds program staff as we're filling this important position. In terms of our priorities overall as a program, Laura is going to speak a bit more about the wake boat rule implementation. Obviously, this is something, really significant for us as a program, and I know it's significant for all of you as well. And so she'll speak more about where we're at with the implementation of that rule, which went into effect in April of this year. We were also busy in terms of doing the greeter program trainings, which all of you are, a critical component of getting those programs stood up for the summer and helping to carry forward those spread prevention messages in terms of our aquatic invasive species work. We recognize that we are not where we would like to be in terms of the decontamination requirements with the wake boat rule, and the heightened interest and need for that work. And we plan to put forth some concerted time and effort this fall to do much of that planning work in order to be in a better position for next season. I was on during Commissioner Batchelder's remarks this morning, and I appreciate the feedback on the home lake rule and just ideas in terms of how to improve this implementation. And I really think it's important as we move through this first season, to learn from it, to better understand what we can improve for next year. And, to take those lessons learned and to develop a comprehensive plan to improve, that will improve our ability to meet the needs in this area for next year. One other piece I'll touch on briefly is, related to our lake restoration efforts. We've been working with the community down in Fairleigh, and at Lake Maury on their alum treatment, which we've permitted this spring, and I understand is scheduled for in about a week. And wanted to recognize the work of that community in the implementation of those restoration efforts. Within the division overall, the Lakes and Ponds program, we see alum as a potential management action, in certain scenarios. So, making sure that watershed loading of total phosphorus is controlled. Internal loading needs to be the dominant source in order for alum to be an effective mitigation strategy to help reduce cyanobacteria bloom. So that's a really important component in terms of how we're evaluating prospective use of alum. It also needs to be, we need to ensure that that's going to be an effective treatment, for a relatively long time frame. So, looking at least 10 years in order to make it a viable option. So this is something that, as I'm sure many of you have heard, we are considering for Lake Carmi as well. We've recently made the decision that the aeration system in Lake Carmi has not has not worked in the way that we had anticipated. And in some, in reviewing the data that we've been able to collect so far with support from partners like UVM, it may have even exacerbated cyanobacteria blooms. So we're in the process of developing plans to remove the aeration system. We recently reviewed and are finalizing the feasibility report with the consultant. So Bar Engineering completed a comprehensive feasibility study for Lake Carmi to evaluate the potential use of alum to mitigate cyanobacteria blooms. So we anticipate that final report, which is posted online, will be completed and finalized. There were a couple of areas that we had gotten back to the consultant about seeking some minor modifications, but we're continuing to work with that community in terms of developing, removing the aeration system and then doing some additional monitoring work this summer, and then anticipate that they will be seeking to apply for a permit for an alum treatment potentially in 2025. So those are things that are very, front and center for the Lakes and Ponds program and for the division overall that I think you all would be interested in. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Laura now to speak a bit more about wakeboat implementation, the wakeboat rule implementation, and some of the work in Lakewise and the other restoration work that the Lakes and Ponds program is doing, and then we'll turn it over for questions.
Thanks, Bethany. So I have a couple Lakewise and Lake Watershed Action Plan updates. 2023 was the best year ever for Lakewise assessments, with over 200 assessments being performed statewide. There were 3 DEC contracts completed for Lakewise assessments at Salem Lake, Nelson Pond, Sabin Pond, Amherst Lake, Lake Pauline, and Echo Lake in Ludlow. Last summer, 2 more lakes received the Lakewise Gold Award. Those were Lake Raponda and Lake Morey, and those awards will be given out this summer at their respective annual meetings. And there are a handful of other lakes that are well on their way to achieving this award. So that's really exciting. Great work to all of you guys. 3 new Lake Watershed Action Plans, or LWAPs, have been kicked off this year at Great and Little Averill and Miles Pond, funded through the DEC, and Lake Bomoseen funded one through the South Lake Clean Water Service Provider. And work is continuing on Echo and Seymour, Halls Lake, Woodford Pond, Fairfield Pond, Lake Iroquois, and Lake St. Catherine LWAPs. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of outreach planned for this summer with a focus on more increasing engagement on some of the larger lakes in Lake Champlain and Lake Memphremagog. And some of the implementation of the projects identified in these LWAPs are ongoing. There's a recent installation of a shoreland project at Granbury State Park along Lake Dunmore. And I believe it was funded by the Addison County Clean Water Service Providers. And then I have one other thing before the announcement, getting into the wakeboat stuff. I wanted to announce that the Vermont Invasive Patrollers Program is on a quest for new volunteers. And I have something I'm gonna, maybe I'll do that in just a moment. I have a flyer that I'll drop in the chat maybe when I'm done talking, just so that if folks are interested in learning more about that program or volunteering. Okay, so in terms of wake boats, there's been a lot going on. You know, it is now June and the boating season is upon us, and we've all been working really hard thinking about how to implement this brand new rule and program. Probably many of you are familiar with this website, web page. Let me just put it in the chat. And so this is where we have been, sometimes on a weekly basis, updating this webpage with information about the wakeboat rule. But if you have any questions, this is a kind of a good place to start. We just have 2 new documents hot off the presses. One is kind of a more general fact sheet, and it's about how the rule will be implemented this year. There's a link to it on this page, but here's a direct link to the document. And it kind of goes through each component about where to find maps. Well, first of all, a summary of what is the rule, where to find maps, how do you decontaminate a wake boat? It kind of gives some links to that information. What about what's going on with the home lake rule, and how do we handle enforcement? So it's kind of got all the points for the rule. So another document that's hot off the presses, I'll put the link in the chat as well. I know this is a lot I'm giving you. It's all kind of relatively new, so this is a lot to digest, and we're happy to answer questions after you have some more time to review all these documents. But here's a link to the decontamination fact sheet. Basically, as the rule states, wake boats that are traveling from one water body to another are required to decontaminate. And this guidance that I put here in the chat is equivalent to decontamination at an agency-approved decontamination service provider, as stated in the rule, as long as you follow these guidance. And there are a couple different options on how to decontaminate a wake boat, depending on what kind of tools you have. So there's a hot water decontamination period protocol, a cold water flushing plus many day drying period protocol, or just a prolonged drying period. So those further details are all in that fact sheet. And as we've discussed previously, the agency is working on developing a process for agency issued decals for the home lake rule. That's not in place yet. So for this 2024 boating season, we're really leaning on the fact that all wake boats traveling between water bodies are required to decontaminate in accordance with this guidance that we've shared. So we may not have the stickers. We're not requiring boats to have stickers. We don't have that capacity this year. But if you're traveling between lakes, you have to decontaminate to these standards. So that is hopefully as protective on aquatic invasive species spread. And then enforcement, we've been working closely with the game wardens. On that fact sheet I have about the summary, there's some contact information about who to call if you see an active enforcement. A potential active violation. So that's the state police barracks. There's a northern location and a southern location for the state. So that information is on the fact sheets. It'll also be on our signage at the access areas. We've developed 2 versions of the signs to place at public access areas. There's one that says wake sports prohibited, and those will be placed at lakes where currently boats can travel more than 5 miles per hour, but wake sports aren't allowed. So then the other type of sign we have is they're more custom signs for individual lakes. They are for lakes where wake sports are allowed, and they show a map of the wake sport zone and then have information for wake boat operators that they need to know. Also the information about where to download. There's a QR code that takes them to where they can download maps and get more information. And there's also some enforcement information on those signs. On the wake boat webpage that I shared, the first link I shared, there's an FAQ section, and on the bottom there's information about signs, and there are example signs posted there. So if you want to take a look and see what they look like. Currently, due to the timing of the sign order, we're going to have some laminated temporary signs going up, hopefully starting next week at the public access areas while we're waiting on the more permanent signs. And then in terms of the wake boat petitions, we have received 6 petitions from groups requesting to either prohibit wake boats or just wake sports or both on individual specific water bodies. If anybody is interested in seeing those petitions, the information is here. And so at this point, from the 6 petitions we've received, we've conducted some preliminary review. And as many of you are aware, rulemaking is a lengthy process. It can take 6 to 8 months from beginning the review of a petition to getting a rule. So in the limited time we have and capacity we had, there was no way that the petitions we received in the spring could have affected a rule that would be in place this summer. So we are taking this summer to really focus on implementing the rule this year. And then in the fall, our plan is to start the administrative and technical review of these petitions to make a determination as to whether or not rulemaking will go forward on any of these. If rulemaking is to go forward on any of these, there'll be public input, the public input process. But this timeline will also allow us to really consider any insights that we get from this year in the implementation. It might also help us propose amendments as well to make the rule better based on our understanding of how the existing rule operated this year. So that's all I have. I know I put a lot of links in there. If there's an easier way to follow up with more later, I'm happy to do that as well.
I've been copying the links for people, so hopefully I've collected them all, but they'll also be on the recording that we have, Laura. So it should be available to everyone that's participating. We do have some questions and comments in the chat. One was, has a decision been made regarding the A1 reclassification petitions for, hold on, I got something in the way here. In light of the failure to eliminate the 1,000 gallon per day septic restriction.
So I can respond to that question. So in short, we will be, we'll be meeting internally to discuss next steps. There are a number of pieces, as I'm sure many of you are aware of, that are in play. So it's the reclassification petitions, of which we have 4 that are pending. We also have the proposed anti-degradation implementation rule, which we are currently in the midst of rulemaking. The next step, we've gone through the public comment process. The next step would be LCAR, the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. But as was pointed out by Rhonda in the comment, the S-146 and some of the other efforts that emerged toward the end of the legislative session were unsuccessful. And so we are, going back to the drawing board in terms of how to proceed internally, and imagine that we'll be back in touch with the lake associations and with FOVLAP in the coming weeks as we make some decisions internally on how best to proceed.
Thank you. Bridget would like to know, how can we find out if a lake or pond is close to receiving a gold award?
I can answer that question. So this is Allison again. So what you would have to do is find out how many parcels are around your lake. You can do that by using Vermont Parcel Viewer or something like that. And then email me and I will tell you how many awards you have, and we'll figure out if that's close to 15%. So I have all the award data. I just don't have that parcel data for every lake.
Thanks, Allison. Yep. Sarah would like to know, will these fact sheets that you talked about be posted at boat launches? How is that going to work?
The fact sheets won't be posted. The signs will be posted at public access areas, but there's QR code that will take you to the webpage, and hope to distribute this information widely.
Beth asked, all someone has to do is say they've done one of the things on the decon guidance and they will be allowed on the lake. This kind of negates the home lake rule.
Well, I think, you know, the greeters are trained to ask a certain set of questions. So I think for many of these, even a home lake sticker would rely on somebody's honesty.
Yeah, I think as was pointed out perhaps in an earlier chat message, that even someone with a home lake sticker has the ability to travel to Lake Champlain or to another lake. And so in many ways, you know, for this 2024 season, with or without the home lake stickers, we'll be relying on the honor system in terms of you know, individuals' commitment that they have decontaminated according to the protocols in place.
Should we print out the decontamination fact sheet for our greeters? I know that I already have, so I don't know. I just made an assumption there.
I believe Kim Jensen will be distributing them to the greeter programs. I'm not sure if Kim or Olin are on now and can speak to that, but that was my understanding.
Okay. Candy asked, same question I asked the commissioner, not sure if Laura was present in the meeting. It seems to me that a key component to much of the wake boat rule, but particularly the home lake rule provision, what's your plan for how DEC will be able to identify wake boat owners?
Yeah, no, I really appreciated Candy's suggestion. And I think we have, I was there this morning. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. You know, we have this season to really think about how this component of the program is going to be implemented.
Beth wants to know, could you please provide the science used to support the 14-day dry out period and 5-day cold water flush?
We'll have to have Kim follow up with those specific references. I know that she worked closely in terms of, you know, reviewing guidance provided by other states and by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As I mentioned before, you know, we are certainly not in the place that we would like to be in terms of the ability to provide hot water, you know, decontamination stations, you know, throughout the state so that they are easily accessible. But we do want to provide some practical options that will help mitigate the risk of spreading aquatic invasive species, because there are steps that can be done that will, you know, help mitigate that risk. And we certainly don't want people to be launching without having done anything, you know, to mitigate that risk. And so I understand it's certainly not ideal for this season, but, you know, wanted to recognize that and to provide options based on what is, you know, what is available to wake boat owners and users.
Okay. Jody, seems to me that it might be good to have Lake Bomazene divided into 2 basins where folks can wake. I feel like the north side of the island could get fairly congested if people are moving between zones and attempting to follow the rules. So a statement there. And then Chris wrote, RE Vermont wake boat decon locations. Kim emailed today, her team are hoping to include decon locations, but so far found only 3 statewide, 1 with hot water who would be interested. She is working on developing a long-term plan to request assistance from federal partners and funding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. We are working with our federal partners in terms of, you know, evaluating opportunities for additional funding to help support some of this work. You know, it is, as you know, there are many states take different approaches to this. You know, if you look at New York State or New Hampshire or Maine or Wyoming or Minnesota, there are, you know, as a great variety of ways that aquatic invasive species and decontamination requirements are implemented. And so we'd really like to stand up a planning group this fall to evaluate what that's going to look like in Vermont, what that should look like in Vermont. And obviously, funding is going to be a critical component of any prospective solution there. And so we are in the process of exploring some additional funding opportunities to support this work.
Thank you, Bethany. Rhonda asks, couldn't an exception be made to the policy that greeters cannot turn boats away be made for wake boats who have not properly decontaminated?
So I think in reading Rhonda's comments, she's asking to give greeters the ability to deny a wake boat access if they haven't properly decontaminated. That is not something that we can do or feel that should be a role for our greeters. Many of these folks, even they may be volunteers, they may be, a high school or college student who is being, marginally paid or paid, a minimum amount to do this work. And so, given that these are rules that are enforced by the state police, we don't feel that a greeter is in the appropriate person to be denying access in that way.
I see that Kim is here. Did you want to address any of these questions, Kim?
I'm sorry, I came in late. I don't know what the questions have been, but it sounds like Bethany's doing a fabulous job. But if there's other questions that you may want some clarification, I can attempt to answer anything.
I think that one of them that was mentioned that we should ask you is, could you please provide the science used to support the 14-day dry out period and 5-day cold water flush?
Sure. The 5-day is based on the fact that if you get rinsed out, then you will likely flush out any potential aquatic invasive veligers or whatnot. And then taking that 5 days is a precautionary method for anything that might be left in internal parts or exterior components as well. So that's the 5-day, that's a Fish and Wildlife recommendation. And then the 14-day is that if you cannot flush out and or properly use water to flush out anything, then we're recommending a 14-day. And that's always been the regulations for 14 days. And if you can't flush out anything, then 14 days is the recommended wait time. And then this new 5 days thing is in, attempting to work with everyone that can be flushed out in some capacity. And then, having that 5-day wait time is really what we recommend is best based on U.S. and Fish and Wildlife recommendations as well.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump in as the official timekeeper. I know we've gotten into the lunch time, which would leave about 30 minutes, but it's also kind of awkward because I'm in one of the hot seats for the Q&A. So I'm happy to keep answering questions, but I just know that we've kind of gone over into our lunch.
Yeah, we've definitely gone over. There are no more questions in the chat.
Okay.
Pat, do you want to just say we're going to stop here and take our break? And how do you want to handle the time for that?
Why don't we go ahead and stop here, and let's take, let's say, if it's okay with our next speaker, Evelyn Boardman, to start at 12:45. That'll give us about 35 minutes to grab some lunch. So why don't we do that, and we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Hi, everyone. So we're getting ready to start the second half of our day. Next up will be discussion of roads. So I'm going to turn it over to Jack to do the introductions.
So thanks, Pat, and welcome back from lunch, everyone. So our first presentation from this afternoon will be given by Evelyn Boardman, who is a coordinator of the Municipal Roads Program for Vermont's DEC. She oversees permitting and compliance, training programs, and other resources for Vermont. And she's well positioned to answer our topic today, which is road flood resilience cases and road best management practices, of which we had several questions earlier this morning that I'm sure she'll be able to answer. So Evelyn, welcome.
Thank you. It looks like I'm disabled from screen sharing here. While I don't know if we can get that enabled, I wanted to also mention that I'm joined today by Todd Eaton of Vermont Local Roads, and he's the branch manager for this Vermont Agency of Transportation program that provides municipal training and outreach statewide as well.
Thank you for having me.
I'm getting you ready. There you go. You should be able to share now. Sorry.
Everyone see the presentation?
Yes, that's fine.
Thanks. And thanks for having us. So we're here to talk about one piece today of the challenge of resilience and water quality improvements across the state, and that's municipal roads and their management. So we'll talk about best management practices on municipal roads, the municipal roads general permit, and some case studies of road resilience. So some of the nutrients that are associated with road runoff include nutrients like phosphorus, which we've talked a lot about today. The total maximum daily load for phosphorus in Lake Champlain was one of the main drivers of the creation of the municipal roads general permit. Phosphorus is often associated with sediment, which is eroded from roadways. There can also be trace heavy metals and hydrocarbons from gas and oil, as well as road salt from winter maintenance activities. So for the municipal roads general permit, we're focused on reducing sediment and phosphorus runoff from municipal roads. And the main way that that sediment and phosphorus is mobilized is through the erosion of the road travel lane or the right of way. And that runoff, where it is connected to a lake, stream, wetland, or other water body, can cause effects to water chemistry as well as to the ecology, especially if you imagine with sediment, you have that deposition filling in habitat spaces between rocks. And so when those spaces get filled, there is a change to the habitat for fish and for the insects that they eat, for example. So when we're talking about road best management practices, we're talking about ways to both reduce erosion and to disconnect and infiltrate stormwater. So some practices that disconnect and infiltrate stormwater could include turning out ditches away from water bodies, or having distributed sheet flow off of the shoulder of a road by removing the berm that's left by the grader. And those types of practices reduce the flashiness of the runoff from impervious road surfaces and dissipate some of the energy of that flow. So when it's spread out, it's less erosive. The municipal roads general permit and best management practices for roads also include ways to stabilize conveyances. So these practices can reduce erosion and the sedimentation that's caused by that erosion by vegetating or stabilizing with stone. Usually we recommend stone on steeper slopes and vegetation on lower slope areas. The municipal roads general permit is where this was codified for municipal regulation. It was part of Vermont's Clean Water Act of 2015, that's Act 64. And this was an all-in act for water quality that included reducing phosphorus and sediment runoff from all sectors, including agriculture, wastewater, and developed lands. So one piece of that was the requirement that the Agency of Natural Resources issue a general permit for stormwater runoff from municipal roads statewide. So almost every state in Vermont, or sorry, municipality in Vermont is required to have this permit for their roads. There are some municipalities that are more developed, so the Chittenden County towns and Rutland and St. Albans that have municipal separate sewer permit and MS4 permit, and that includes the same requirements. So there are only a few towns in the state that don't have one of those, and those are some of the GORs and unincorporated towns. So this really is acknowledging both that the improvements to the roads will have an effect on Lake Champlain water quality, but also water quality statewide. So that municipal roads general permit is on a 5-year cycle. We had a cycle from 2018 to 2023, and now we're in the second term of the permit that runs from 2023 to 2028. The main goal of the permit is to have all roads that drain to surface waters, so lakes, streams, ponds, and wetlands, upgraded to a set of best management practice standards by 2036. And so there are some intermediate requirements in the permit to assess the road condition and to make incremental improvements to the road condition to attain that target by 2036. So we're about a quarter of the way there as a kind of median status for municipalities across the state to achieving that requirement. So those best management practice standards that I mentioned include on gravel roads, the crown of the road and removing the berm of the grader along the shoulder to allow for sheet flow, as well as distributed runoff in the right-of-way, or where that's not possible, having a drainage ditch if the conditions require it, and having that ditch be stable with vegetation or stone, depending on the slope of it. And then where that ditch is either conveyed into a surface water or turned out away from it, that is also required to be stable and not eroding. There are also requirements for culverts in the permit. So we have cross culverts that convey road drainage across the road, as well as driveway culverts that are conveying it parallel to the road. And then requirements for intermittent stream culverts that is on channels that don't run year round. So it's in contrast to a perennial stream culvert, which does have its own set of regulations that are administered by another program. And then for the more urbanized areas that have roads that are paved with curbs and graded catch basins that drain to a stormwater pipe network, the outlet of that pipe network, if it is draining to surface water, also has to be stabilized under the permit. And so the suite of practices that was selected for the permit was chosen based on some research out of the University of Vermont by Dr. Beverly Wemple. So back in the 2010 and early 2010 timeframe, her group was doing research on how much sediment and phosphorus comes off of roads that don't meet these standards, and how much is that loading reduced when these practices are put into place. And her team has also followed this up with work at outlets where there's gully erosion, which is a really significant deep erosion feature, and measuring how much sediment and phosphorus is associated with those as well. I mentioned the intermittent stream culverts. This was not regulated at a state level until the 2023 Municipal Roads General Permit. And now where those undersized intermittent stream culverts are causing erosion or are being newly installed, there's a requirement that those meet active channel width, so a minimum sizing requirement. And this is an area where we saw a lot of damage in the 2023 events, and where we're also seeing a lot of resilience improvements as those structures are replaced with larger culverts. So where this water quality and resilience intersects is where we have these large events and our infrastructure is overwhelmed. In some cases, that water might cross the road and erode kind of just to get to the other side. Sometimes you'll see it follow the road and create a large washout that extends for hundreds or thousands of feet. So I have another example here in Worcester from this summer where there was an intermittent stream culvert that was plugged and overwhelmed. It looks like that flow was trying to make a 90-degree bend into the pipe. And once that pipe was overwhelmed, it started flowing down the road and washed out a few driveway culverts along the way and created this large massive erosion for hundreds of feet. And so these types of washouts in these large floods are costly and require a lot of time and effort to repair. So these are public assistance projects from FEMA in 2023 in Vermont. So you can see that there were a lot of road and bridge projects and over $11 million in damages. That includes both damages caused by perennial streams as well as intermittent streams and stormwater. So these best management practices on roads are improving water quality and aquatic habitat by reducing that phosphorus and sediment load, but they're also improving road drainage and mud season conditions through that improved drainage. And so when we have large events or just annual events like a mud season, there's reduced labor and cost associated with that maintenance and with the repair of the roads. And one of the reasons this is important is that we're experiencing more rain, more heavy rainfall events, and also more thaws in the winter. So this is data from the Vermont Climate Assessment in 2021, illustrating some of those points and how that is taxing on the roads and also on municipal budgets and road crew time. So like I mentioned, our program requires implementation of these best management practices. There are a few programs through the Agency of Transportation that provide grant funding to municipalities to do this work. And they submit inventories to our program to show where this work was done, to disconnect stormwater, stabilize conveyances, and replace culverts. So I highlighted some of the work that was done in 2023 in these photographs, and just want to acknowledge also the support that the regional planning commissions and the conservation districts and watershed associations give to municipalities who are taking this on. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Todd to talk about some specific case studies and how this work has kind of played out on the landscape.
Thank you, Evelyn. If you just advance the slides for me, I appreciate it. So as Evelyn said, my name's Todd Eaton. I'm the manager of the Vermont Local Roads Program. Both of our programs have worked in sync with each other since the inception of the MRGP. as when Jim Ryan was managing the program, we traveled around to just communicate the requirements, the background, the necessity and the background of the program to the municipalities, as Vermont Local Roads is a federal program with NV-Trans that provides technical assistance and training excuse me, to the municipalities across the state. So our two programs' missions dovetailed nicely. And so we've enjoyed that relationship as we've worked to communicate the benefit and the necessity of these standards to the MRGP, to the municipalities. And so what I'd like to present to you is I've got three different case studies from different roads in a town called West Windsor. And the road foreman there goes by the name of Mike Spackman. West Windsor did experience a significant amount of rainfall during the July flood, and they had roads that were heavily damaged, and they had roads that really stood up and took the inundation of the runoff and performed very well. And those roads that performed well are roads that Mike had already done the work according to the MRGP and brought them up to standard. And so they were really good examples of roadway resilience and how that has been a byproduct of the implementation of the best management practices through the MRGP. And so this is Duking Road, and one of the things that I didn't kind of think about when I was out with Mike, looking at all of these different areas and trying to select the best ones to present to you today. One of the things that I had kind of overlooked and kind of forgotten about was the fact that Mike was on the steering committee or the review panel for the draft permit of the MRGP. And if I can say it this way, he was a thorn in the side of Jim Ryan. He was an adamant opponent to the implementation, to any of the imposition of the standards themselves, and was quite resistant the first couple of years of the permit's actual existence, and was constantly on the phone with both myself and Jim Ryan, just very frustrated with trying to wrap his mind around why this is being imposed on the towns. And but at this point, why I mentioned that is Mike has gone so far as to do an about face. It's a 180-degree switch, as he's experienced the benefits of putting these best management practices in place, and what he's seen as a result of the reduced road maintenance, the ability of a road to stand up to heavy rain flows, and so he's extended all of these best management practices for hydrologically connected road segments through the MRGP to every road segment. He aims to bring all of his roads up to these standards. So what we have here is, as far as Duking Road in West Windsor, he said that this project proved to be one of the most cost savings of all the roads that he's upgraded through the July event. The initial project cost about $18,000 to install and was supported through the Better Roads program. The project frequently washed out and was an ongoing maintenance headache prior to being upgraded. So they were constantly out there grading it several times a year, fixing washouts, most every other rain event, even ones that weren't necessarily heavy. So there was this road produced a lot of erosion, a lot of sedimentation. There were to make this project happen, if you can envision the original roadway, there wasn't room for these ditches. So as I'm sure you're familiar with, lots of Vermont roadways have ledge on both sides, and the road itself almost looks like a gully or a ditch, with no space for any kind of runoff to sheet flow to and be controlled and treated before being outletted into a water resource. So erosion and ongoing constant maintenance is kind of just run of the mill for roads like this. So that $18,000, how that was applied was a significant amount of ledge excavation to accommodate the space needed to put in active ditches with the needed capacity for the amount of runoff this particular site sees. Mike also worked with an adjacent property owner to install a turnout to a settling pond to treat the runoff before it entered into the pond that you see on the bottom right. So there's that runoff, the turnout that's treated, the stone line, and it goes to a settling pond that was pretty well vegetated in right now, but still had plenty of capacity for the next event. And the reality is it was just since July, this particular site has only seen its routine maintenance as the grader came through on its routine scheduled grading. It didn't require any specific work to restore it after July. So as far as the $18,000 that it costs to put these best management practices into place in this particular segment, they've paid off in dividends for West Windsor. And the next one I'd like to present to you is Bryant Road. Bryant Road was a catastrophic loss during Tropical Storm Irene. The project on Bryant Road cost about $17,000, and this project was not fully funded by the Better Roads program, but by this time, Mike was convinced of the value of these best management practices and had decided that it was worth completing out of the normal maintenance budget. So the work included, again, ledge removal to install the ditches, stone lining, and an additional 24-inch cross culvert. During the July event, Bryant Road suffered no major damage except some sloughing on the back slope, which you can see on the bottom right photo there on the upper left hand side of that bottom right photo. You see a little bit of sloughing on that higher back slope. But at this point, the sloughing poses no significant threat, so they haven't opted to make that a repair priority. In comparison to some of the other things that they need to accomplish in West Windsor. So it's in the back of his mind. They know it's there, but it's not threatening the functionality of the road. So it's on the back burner until they get around to it. But excuse me. And the next one I'd like to briefly talk about is Wardner Road. The culvert that can be seen in the first picture was plugged by a tire during Irene, which effectively caused the entire road to be washed out. But again, Mike has become so convinced of the value of the MRGP's best management practices that he has began to practice these standards on all of West Windsor's roads. In the second photo, we see a long-established stone-lined ditch that was virtually unaffected by the July event. The water rushed down the drive entrance that can be seen in the third photo, carried sediment that did fill the voids in the stone in the ditches, but the road performed very well during the event as a result of these best management practices. That again, Mike and his crew have become champions as far as implementing, not just because they want to promote water quality, but also because they just see an incredible value to the municipalities, taxpayers, and the level of service they're able to provide on all of the roads. I hope that helps. Evelyn, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Todd. So that's the end of our presentation. Were there any questions coming up in the chat? Stop sharing so I can see everyone.
There was a question about a link to the guidance requirements, but Todd put that right in. So if anybody wants the requirements, they're there. One's coming in right now. Hold on. How do lake associations assess whether or not town road improvement work meets the best management practices standards for correctly sizing culverts and rock riprap for headers and footers, and ditch lining is up to road standards around the lake? That was that was a long question, Chrissy. That's sorry.
Evelyn, can I make a suggestion for that?
Sure.
The best way to do that is the best way to do that is to familiarize yourself with the best management practices that are described on that link that I provided above, and also work with your road foreman. Ask questions. I'm sure most of them are going to be more than happy to explain exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it, and how that benefits the municipalities.
Yeah, I agree. And we also have mapping of that assessment data that's available on the Agency of Natural Resource Atlas, as well as on our program website, that can give you a snapshot of whether the road met our standards or not at the time that the assessment was conducted. Those are only required every 5 years so far, so they may or may not be up to date depending on whether the town's done some recent work.
Thank you. There are no more questions in the chat. Jack has his hand up.
So thanks. So I'm very encouraged by the data that Todd presented in terms of being able to avoid problems, major problems, and save money. My question is, when you put riprap and other things along the side of the road, I think with time it has a tendency, I've observed, to eventually fill up. So does that need to be renewed to become effective, or is it good forever? What additional practices are needed to maintain those particular areas?
Do you want to take that one? I know you answer that question a lot, as do I.
So initially, when the MRGP first came into effect, that was a conversation that we bounced back and forth as if we were in a ping pong tournament, trying to decide how much of an added burden is this going to put on the municipalities if they did have to remove the stone, screen it, wash it, so that it would meet standard again for, washed, clean ditch stone to be then reinstalled in a ditch where needed. And what we found over time is that in most cases, now I won't say this is always, because sometimes even if the stone becomes sedimented in or silted in, and then vegetation is able to be grown on top of that, sometimes that you still could have some erosion. And in that case, we suggest that you do remove and replace. But for the most part, allowing it to silt in and then just having that ditch be maintained just as part of the town's normal routine ditch maintenance, clearing down to the surface elevation of that stone and then reseeding it. Stabilizes it. You won't have that gully erosion that rushes in there, removing the smaller particles and mobilizing them, and it stabilizes it, and it does its job.
Very helpful, thank you. This morning we also had a question about whether we should be paving roads versus maintaining gravel roads, and which is preferred for driveways, for roads by lakes, by roads by streams. Is there a definitive answer that you can provide for this?
It's hard to say which is preferable, and because there's so many different factors that go into it, it's a case-by-case evaluation, and it really requires somebody having a decent amount of understanding of the different effects. There's a couple guidance things that I provide that are very general statements. One being, if a road sees an average daily traffic of about 200 or 300 cars or more, that's a kind of a triggering point where you start thinking about potentially paving a road. The next thing, that let's say that road, a particular road that we're looking at sees 400 cars per day. So now we're going to start thinking about paving this road. And the reason for it at that point is that because of the amount of dust, the amount of maintenance that to keep up with that gravel road becomes cost preventative to keeping it gravel. And so as far as maintenance, routine maintenance, a paved road in that situation would be cheaper. But the next question that I start asking a town that's going through the stop process is, do you have an asset management program for your already existing paved roads? One of the things that we struggle with in Vermont, as you guys all know, I'm sure, is that within, you can totally reconstruct a new paved road within 15 years if nothing is done to it as far as crack sealing and, what we call preventative maintenance treatments. That road's going to be back to where it needs to be reconstructed again. And even a road that might have a design life typically of 25 years might only last about half of that in Vermont. It's just because of our freestyle cycles. So if without a pavement management program, adding more pavement to the network is cost prohibitive. You're not going to be able to keep up with it. It's going to cost more money to have to reconstruct it 15 years down the road, if you don't already have a program where you're able to keep up with it. The other thing too is also looking at, so even a stable gravel road might not be the type of road that you just want to put pavement on. So then you have to look at the cost of reconstructing the base of a gravel road to prepare it to be a paved road. So as far as engineering, civil engineering techniques and that line of thinking, those two roads kind of require some different preparation to be successful. So there's just a lot of factors that go into it. So there's no easy answer to it. As far as runoff, I mean, oftentimes gravel road, just the nature of the surface of a gravel road slows sheet flow. It's a slower runoff rather than a paved road.
Thank you. I have two that sort of go together, so I'm just going to read them both. Dave asked, are there any statewide efforts to propagate these best management practices to private dirt roads? And then Pat asked, a problem that Four Lakes is that many of the roads around lakes are private. Are there any grant funding for bringing these private roads up to BMP standards?
So the legislation that established the municipal roads general permit is specific to town roads. There have been some pilot projects to assess private roads up in northwestern Vermont and the Champlain Islands, as well as some projects by clean water service providers and the Lake Champlain Basin program to do some of these improvements, but there's no systematic legislative imperative to upgrade those roads at this time.
And there's very limited funding that I know of as far as for private roads.
Thank you. There are no more questions in the chat.
Well, then I think we'll go ahead and move on, Jackie, if that's okay.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Todd, and thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you.
So our next speaker, I would say, needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyways. One of my favorites, Eric Hansen. As many of you know, Eric is the premier loon biologist in Vermont and has led the Vermont Loon Conservation Project since 1988. Eric, along with loon biologist Eloise Girard and hundreds of other volunteers, monitor Vermont nesting loon populations, which has grown from a few pairs each summer to a sustainable population of over 100 pairs in recent years. Eric's a graduate of Colby College in Maine with a BS in biology and environmental studies and has a master's in conservation biology from the University of Minnesota. Eric's work is supported by the Vermont Center for Eco Studies and the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department. Eric's currently studying the potential threats to loon populations here in Vermont, and today he's going to be telling us about the impact of flooding and water clarity on loons. So Eric, we're so glad to have you here today. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's good to be here, and it's yeah, very timely. As there's been some neat work coming out of Wisconsin on the water clarity issue, as well as some things that we're starting to see here a little bit in Vermont, as well as the flooding concerns. And so I will share my screen here. All right, hopefully that's up. So yeah, lots of things with climate change. I'm gonna just touch on a few things very briefly, but I'll focus more on the flooding issue, from these big rain events to just continual rain events. And we'll touch on a few of these other things as well that are listed here. So we'll jump right in. For the loon itself, yeah, it doesn't really matter if it rains a lot on the individual. They can just, they're water birds. They're not meant to be on land. And the ocean in the wintertime, I mean, I can't imagine living off the Maine coast during a nor'easter in Maine, but they do, and they do fine. So they tolerate water just fine. It's all the things around them that are the concern with rain, and especially the big events. Most loons nest within 2 to 3 to 8 to 10 inches of the water line. So some of those nests are fairly secure from a flooding event, but other ones, it doesn't take much to wash those eggs out, or at least saturate them, and then the eggs don't make it. Marsh nests tend to be the most vulnerable. Sometimes island nests can be if they're not up on the mainland, and they don't nest that much on the mainland because of the shoreline predator issue. 2019 is when we saw a record number of loon nest flood in Vermont, with 13 of about 100 that year. But then we had 3 years of drought, and we only had 1 flooded nest over a 3-year period. So obviously it's not always an issue, but again, last year the rains were more persistent, and that big July 10 storm, luckily it happened in July and not in June. There were 8 birds still nesting at that time on natural nests. 6 of those flooded. There were several birds on nesting rafts, and those were fine. I did a calculation. I looked at what would have happened had that storm occurred on June 20th, and we would have lost probably at least 40 nests, if not more, of the 106 that nested last year. So yeah, big events can be catastrophic. New Hampshire actually did see some of the problems of just a wet year. They didn't have the major storm that we did in July, but they had just a wet summer. And they had a record 43 nests flood during last year's event, causing the overall nest success rate to drop to 51%. Normally, it's more like 60 to 75% for nest success in a typical year. So the rain events really did increase their losses last year in New Hampshire. And John Cooley over there put together this graph looking at loon chicks hatched per nesting pair. And you can see it's around 1 per pair is pretty typical. But when you start getting above 8 to 10 inches of precipitation, you just start seeing a whole lot more nest failure from the flooding, especially. So those are definitely correlated with rain events in that way. There are exceptions to those 2 to 8 inches off the water. This is a very unusual nest on Lake Elligo. This pair has been using this site for about 15 years. And it probably takes several minutes for the birds to kind of waddle their way up and waddle their way down very awkwardly. Most birds would abandon the nest if they got left high and dry like this, but this pair's figured it out, and they keep using it. So nesting rafts are a great way to mitigate for flooding, and our focus over the last 30 years has really been on reservoirs where they just can't manage, they can't control the outflow well enough during a big thunderstorm, and the water might shoot up 6 inches, 12 inches during a 1 to 2 inch rain event. So that's where we definitely use rafts. The other place we've been using rafts is when nesting interferes with human shoreline activity, nesting right near people, and maybe we can get them to nest in a quieter spot to reduce conflict between shoreline use and the loons nesting. But we haven't really thought about it from natural lakes and flooding. It's just like, that's just kind of the way it goes. But we'll have to kind of, watch lakes in the future, because certain lakes are more prone to flash rises. Holland Pond being a good example of that. Nest rafts really do work. 80 to 90% nest success rate is pretty typical, whereas the statewide average is more in the 70% range, 70 to 75%. Yeah, and we've gotten about a little over 30 nest rafts have been used annually for the last 5 years. Last year was a record with 39. We obtained some funding from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to use a few more rafts for mitigating a loss of 500 loons in an oil spill. So hence we've increased that number a little bit, but we'll be looking to see where we can actually remove some and promote natural nesting as well down the road. Jumping on to another effect from climate change would just be those 4, 5, 6 day periods of really hot weather, causing the loons to get off the nest more. They get above 75 degrees, loons start getting hot. They'll start panting like a dog. They'll have to jump in the water a little bit more to cool off before climbing back up. And if that happens a lot, you can leave that nest exposed to a predator. But another big one is it just kills the egg if they're off that nest too long and it's baking in the heat. Also, it changes the metabolism in the egg, which can cause a nest failure. So having eggs left in a nest and failing is actually pretty common. And we just don't know exactly why those eggs are not hatching. Is it because they were off too much during, that 4 or 5 days when it was 85 to 90 degrees, or was it something else that caused those eggs not to be viable? We're also monitoring parasites and diseases. We're working with a lot of groups, New Hampshire, our UNH vet diagnostic lab. We're doing a lot more with them as far as sending dead birds to and figuring it out. We're working with UVM and Ellen Martinson on malaria. It's showing up in loons, not usually a northern species or a northern issue, but we're seeing malaria now in a few loons. It hasn't taken off, and luckily that's a good thing, but we have seen some malaria cases over the last decade in New England. And then there's other, just issues that we're trying to watch, working with Vermont Institute of Natural Science, doing necropsies, as well as Tufts University and other groups. And then another one is just late ice formation. Loons just might stick around if there's still open water. And usually, ice will still form in, late December, January, and force those birds to leave. But if it's on a big lake that stays open till February, it can be a major problem because loons go through a molt where they lose their flight feathers in February. And this has been more of an issue on Lake Winnipesaukee and Lake George and Lake Champlain, where you get some late ice. This was a scene from Sandbar back in 2016 where 9 loons got stuck. We were able to rescue a bunch of them. And now kind of the more, long-term concern is what's going on in Wisconsin and parts of Ontario. And this is a guy named Walter Piper, who's been studying loons out there for 30 years. He's a behaviorist. He's done the key work on all the things about loons, but he's getting into conservation because he has to. And the reason is the chicks are disappearing, or much fewer of them than there were 30 years ago, 26% lower. And he just what is going on? There's been no change in nesting attempts. All the pairs are there. They're all trying to nest. No change in the hatch rate. They're hatching out, but he's just seeing fewer chicks. And so he's starting to put together the puzzle. And what he's finding is both chicks and male loons have lost weight. They're a lot lighter, or not a lot, but a little lighter than they were 30 years ago. And this has resulted in chick survival reduction and now fewer young returning, which could affect the future population of the adults in nesting. So he threw all sorts of things into regression models, trying to figure out what was causing this decline in weight, and water clarity is what's coming up as the major factor. There's a few other things. He's assessed lots of different factors, but water clarity was the obvious, or has been the obvious sort of culprit. And so here's water clarity declining over the last 20 years in Wisconsin, especially in the last decade. And what that water clarity is associated with is more rain. So when you reduce that visibility, it's just harder to catch fish for those birds. They do much better when there's clear water. The adults aren't feeding the chicks as much, and chick survivorship's starting to go down as a result. So Piper has just sort of labeled rainfall as kind of the new one that should be on our radar for something that is a major potential threat to the long-term security of loons. And what that rainfall is doing is washing all sorts of things into the water. So this is just a really great discussion that I'm so glad to be part of, to bring it up to speed, that it's what are some of the repercussions of all this increased rainfall besides seeing the sediments get into the water. It's all the things that go in there, and it's affecting the food web, increasing algae, phytoplankton, suspended matter, which then reduces that water quality. So there are things we, obviously can do, and, hearing the Better Roads projects to what we can do around our lake shores, it just adds emphasis of all the things we need to do. I'm going to jump to 2 quick stories from Vermont, because we have not seen this decline in Vermont. Loons are doing great. water clarity, I definitely want to start working with some lakes and ponds folks to sort of assess what's going on statewide with our water bodies more clearly. I've looked at a few individual cases, but this one was has to do with last summer's July 10 storm. Lake Rescue had a first-time chick ever, second time they've ever nested. Really exciting to kind of see that on such a busy lake. The adult got caught in fishing lines sometime in the end of May, early June. We waited for the chick to get a little older, and the bird was actually doing okay, even with some fishing line around it. But we were able to catch them, remove it, and rescue it, and then release them back out. But then July 10 happened. That water just turned to pea soup. I mean, it was probably one of the worst lakes that I saw in the state. And the adults left. They couldn't feed. It was just too much sediment. The chick died 5 days later. We had a necropsy done by the UNH vet lab. Definitely some infection going on in the intestines. Was not E. coli. I was kind of curious if something like that might have happened, but it wasn't. And obviously poor nutrition being a contributing factor. So here's my canoe paddle in some of that water. Then on Ricker Pond, this was a little more mysterious. It took us a little more time to think about what may have happened, but there was a chick that went over the dam in later August. It was substantially underweight. We released it, or Nora released it. This little 11-year-old girl helped me to try to, hopefully the parents would get back on track and feed it. Well, a week later, it was beaching itself, went over the dam again. We were able to catch it, got it to Vins. They now have a little pool for doing some rehab work. The bird couldn't take care of its feathers. It was so weak, but they were able to start feeding it. They got some live bait from Biodiversity Research Institute, BRI. And over about 3 weeks, it started to be able to take care of itself. It gained 2 pounds. And then they transferred it to BRI and released in Western Mass, where the bird was there was an area of lakes being closely watched by biologists on a translocation project. And they saw that bird for a week or two, and then it flew off. And about a month later in October, they saw it about 10 miles away doing really, really well. And you're like, okay, why was there a lack of food in Ricker Pond? Is it something else? And then I got the story from Dr. Piper about water clarity. So I asked the residents on the lake, what was it like after July 10? And all of Lake Groton and that whole valley is flowing into Ricker Pond. And definitely the visibility went way, way down. So that's a very possible cause that this bird was just not getting enough food because the parents couldn't feed enough or catch enough. And the parents could leave and feed elsewhere if they had to for themselves. So it's definitely an issue. We're definitely going to want to watch some of our older chick survivorship. And is it related to water clarity at all? So it just comes back to what we can do and maintaining that health of our riparian zones and our shallow water zones and what we can do to reduce that runoff. Will have all sorts of benefits for the base of the food web to the water clarity issue. And I'm sure some of you have seen figures like this, but the amount of phosphorus going into a lake from a lawn versus a forest, 7-fold in this study, 18-fold difference in sediments. So just letting things go a little natural. I'm sure the difference between these two cottages houses is significant for the amount of stuff going into the water or not going into the water. And again, all of that stuff that's flowing into the water can have an impact on the base of that food web. So important, not only for loons, but just the fish and the critters that rely on these lakes. So what's important, those tall trees and shrubs, the unmowed sections, and then what you can do to reduce the runoff and erosion besides just plant life. Lots of things we can do, some of it simple, some of it more elaborate. And this was a photograph of the same 2 houses before and after of just what the difference can be. And you can still have your view, you can still have your place to play, but just let things go wild as much as you can. So again, just kind of coming back, loons are at the top of the food web and just require a healthy lake and all the things that we can do for that. And big rain events are not helping the matter. So what we can do on a local level can make a difference. What we can do at a town level, such as the roads, will hopefully make a difference. And clear waters is becoming a more important issue than we thought. It's not just food-based and habitat-based. So again, right now, loons are doing great in Vermont. We're robust population. Last year we had about 106 nests, about 130 pairs. But to maintain that into the future, it's all going to take a lot of work from all of us. So, all right.
Thank you, Eric. It's always such a pleasure to see the photographs and hear the stories. We don't have any questions in the chat for this. I have a question that's left over for about the road conversation that we had earlier. But if anyone has questions for Eric, you could unmute. And I saw somebody, but I guess I missed it. No one?
Good, I got them all answered. It's fine.
I guess you did. I guess you did. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, there is a
ahead.
question. There is a question in the chat.
Oh, did it just come in? It just came in.
Yes.
Do loons migrate and where to?
So New England loons go off the New England coast mostly. So our loons are probably like Cape Cod down to Long Island Sound. As you get to New York, they might go a little further south. You get to Maine, some might stay up in Maine. We used to think they went down to the Carolinas and Florida, but we're pretty sure that those are more interior North America. And as you get into, Minnesota and Manitoba, those birds might head to the Gulf of Mexico. And then at some point to the west, they're going to head to the West Coast. Some will stay on freshwater. So I'm sure we got a handful that are staying on Lake Champlain all winter long now, when that doesn't freeze over, especially out in the main lake there. And we have some overwintering on some reservoirs and other open water bodies in the central part of the United States and southern United States. So, but most of them go to the ocean, and then they don't come back until they're 3, 4, 5 years old. Takes them another 3, 4, 5 years to probably find a spot in a territory. So it's one of those things with a long-lived species.
This is Dave. It sounds like, based on the research in Wisconsin, that raft placement should be based somewhat on where the tributaries enter a lake. You want to avoid, I would think you'd want to avoid areas that would get a lot of turbidity.
Yeah, so once the chicks hatch, they often move to an area that you would call the nursery area. And that can be, right near the nest site, but it can also be a half mile or a mile away. And they'll cruise the whole lake. So, and they tend to be more out, shallow waters out of the wind. Those tend to be where the nursery areas for those first few weeks are. So it's not so much dependent on the nest sites. And nest sites, we're doing more of those for, especially the raft locations, is more wind and people, avoiding the wind, avoiding the people as best we can, to keep it a little quieter and easier.
Eric, given that we are looking at, a generally warmer climate here, is there a point at which it would become too warm for the loons really to be comfortable here? So
I want to say it was National Audubon did a big climate study, and loons came up as something that could disappear from New England in 100 years, 50 to 100 years. I haven't actually seen what's driving that climate analysis, except probably comparing it to what the climate could be like in, let's say, Virginia, where you just don't have that many loons. Pennsylvania, where you don't have that many loons. You also don't have that many lakes down there because of the way the glaciers worked in the past in creating those lakes. So yeah, there definitely could be some factors, and I think the bigger one is water quality and what's going to happen to the base of the food web and fish wise. Heat could be a factor, but like this year, with the early ice out, we're probably definitely a week ahead, which means loons are nesting earlier. Maybe it stays a little cooler during that period, compared to waiting until now to start and then hatching in mid-July. So there's a lot of factors there that are going to determine if they're going to deal with the heat and all of that. So again, if they just nest earlier and right when it's closer to the ice out, that might not be a huge factor, but there's definitely a lot of other things going on. And I think the health of our lakes and what happens, from algae to food base is going to be huge. And there hasn't been a huge study on, at least that I've seen yet, what's going to happen to our fish populations as those waters warm up. I'd love to delve into that a little bit more.
Chrissy asked, as climate weather gets hotter, do you anticipate attaching shade, cloth, or aerial predator protection to rafts?
So they've been experimenting with that in New Hampshire a little bit more. They've actually done some temperature gauges under different nest conditions, and definitely does make a little bit of a difference. So if we were seeing a lot more egg failure, that we could maybe assess or attribute to a week of 90-degree weather. For the existing rafts, it could make sense to put a little bit of a shade barrier over something of the ones we are using. And then the question is whether do you increase those and keep doing it, or you know, I think it's a continual question you have to keep assessing. We are definitely putting out more of these what we call aerial guards for eagles. Spectacle Pond 2.5 weeks ago, eagle came right in, landed right on the nest, and got the egg. So that's going to be an issue down the road, but that's actually, I mean, again, loons are doing really well right now. So to have a little more predation, a little more nest failure, chick loss, isn't going to hurt the Vermont population at all from the big picture right at this moment. I'm, you know, again, more worried about kind of long-term effects of our water quality issues.
Thank you. Cheryl asked, do short heat waves cause problems like the short ones over Memorial Day weekend?
Probably not the real short ones. You know, the eggs can be actually fairly tolerant, but it's, you know, just that extended 90-degree stuff that I think could be an issue. And we're going to have to look at what eggs are failing, and do some studies where we actually coordinate that with temperature, and maybe we get cameras on some of these nests to kind of see what the birds are doing during those hot spells, or get volunteers who are, you know, are they seeing the loons off the nest a lot more during those hot spells? So there's things we can do just to at least assess the situation and what's going on.
Sean, did you have a question?
I did. Hey, Eric, thanks for your presentation. It was very helpful. So on Lake Fairley, we got our second egg this last weekend. So we've got 2 eggs that are being incubated right now, which is fantastic. One thing we've been noticing on the cam is, which we have live streaming right now, is extended periods where the loons leave the nest, maybe to cool off. There's a lot of panting going on, and then they leave the nest, and they might be off for an hour, 2 hours before they finally come back and rejoin the nest. Do the loons, are they able to know if an egg becomes unviable because it gets overheated, or are we just going to have to wait the 28 days until they're supposed to hatch to see whether or not there's been damage or not?
That's a really good question. And I feel like they can sometimes know, because you'll find an egg that's been literally rolled out of the nest by the loon, and you'll find it next to the nest bowl, or it's gone, it's in the water, and they intentionally do that. And so I wonder, can they detect that it's a rotting egg of sorts? But then other times, they're still sitting there at 5 weeks, 6 weeks, a week, you know, week or two beyond the normal incubation time, and those eggs became not viable at some point. And was it because they were off the nest too long during a certain hot spell, and the eggs just died? So I think having these webcams, we're learning a lot. There's several, I think, or 1 or 2, or I can't remember how many are in New Hampshire. I think Maine's got a few. So these types of studies and having this video footage available to see what happens. So next week, if we got a really major warm spell, what's going on? The other part is what's causing the loons to leave the nest. Is it because of heat, or is it because there's an intruder loon out there and they have to go deal with the intruder loon? And is that why they're off for an hour chasing this other bird around, making sure they're holding the territory? So here's competition raising its head to, you know, to potentially influence the nest success. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, we have so much great success here in Vermont. It's actually okay to have a little bit more natural failure like that. But is it happening because of heat, or is it happening from some other reason?
Thank you. That's helpful.
Another question from Cheryl is the money that Fish and Wildlife received available to lake associations to help pay for the building of rafts? I don't know who's here from Fish and Wildlife.
Oh, that's probably referring to the grant that we got for this oil spill mitigation. Back in 2003, 500 loons were killed off Rhode Island, Massachusetts. And most of the New England loon organizations, whether it's state related or nonprofit, got funding to help replace those loons. And so one of the things that they really wanted to do was more rafts on lakes where they were not being productive. And so we're doing some of that. So yeah, that money's being used for those purposes. We're also got that funding to be targeted to replace rafts and upgrade our entire management system. And to me, that our loons were doing pretty well. So I didn't really want a lot of new rafts, but we kind of had to do it as part of this grant. But to have our whole system upgraded and new ones, new signs, training of volunteers. A big one is working with the lake associations and the greeter programs for the lead sinker tackle collection, working with greeter programs. So I think all the lake associations who are helping with that. So that's a lot of what that grant money is being used for.
Should Cheryl contact you with any further questions, Eric?
Yeah, definitely contact us. We've pretty much targeted where we're going to be putting new rafts. I mean, there's always certain situations on a case-by-case basis, to evaluate whether we need to think about that down the road. But again, if they're trying and failing a little bit, and then once in a while successful, we probably would not consider a raft in most situations now. It's more of if, again, they're nesting right next to someone's dock, or they're nesting on a reservoir that's going to fluctuate by a foot or two, typically with rainstorms, then we might consider those.
Thank you.
I have one last question, Eric. You mentioned the lead sinker collection. Can you give us just a little update? How did that go? I think last year how is that going?
It's good. We actually just got most of them installed at the end of last summer. We had some delays in our printing of the little mini posters and the stickers and just getting it all out there and implemented. And so now they're out there. So now the big question is, how much are we going to get? And we've gone to a bunch, and luckily garbage has not been an issue. I went to the Lake St. Catherine one in April, and we've got probably 3 pounds of lead that someone put in, or several people put in there. And so we're just going to kind of have to wait and see. Eloise Gerard, my coworker, is working with the different lake associations on assessing that. And so we'll just kind of see how it goes and see how much we can collect. I think it's a lot of lead that's just been in people's tackle boxes, and it's not been easy to get rid of it. And so that's one of the reasons for these tubes all over the state, so people can see it and just pop their stuff in there, and we'll get rid of lead. We've had 12 lead sinker mortalities in the last 5 years. So if you think of 400 loons and 12 of them dying from lead, that's a pretty substantial number. So that's one reason why we've really been making this happen. And really need to thank Fish and Wildlife Department for letting us use the kiosks as mounting posts. New Hampshire, for whatever reason, Fish and Game won't allow them to put these collection tubes up. And I don't know, I think part of it is just oversight and making sure they're not going to get abused. And so that's one of our key things, is to keep on them and make sure they're maintained and do well.
Thank you. Any other questions, Jackie?
No other ones in the chat. I do have one that was left over from the roads, and I see that Evelyn and Todd are still here. Should I read that now?
Sure.
Okay. This is from Cheryl. It says, on our private road, a culvert was built by the Vermont Youth Conservation Corps to trap runoff into the lake. In a short amount of time, the culvert was filled with a gravel runoff. It was designed so as to prevent it from running into the lake. The side rock-filled ditches also filled. This, without a designated person to shovel this out, they quickly became of no use. And in fact, the culvert moved. Some of the nails used to build it, moved up, creating a danger to people and car tires. I think a system needs to be in place to help private roads. How do we get the state to help with this, as many roads around lakes are private?
Yeah, I can try to address that. Again, my program is a legislative program that requires certain municipal road best management practices and implementation. So there is sort of an organizational element to that, where we have municipal government and road staff to oversee and do that work. On a private road level, some roads have associations that have some sort of charter agreement to maintain practices and fund occasional upgrades. To have the state oversee that work would require new legislation, but there is some work being done by the clean water service providers, which are part of the Lake Champlain phosphorus reduction effort to do projects and assessments. And so I think Peter Danforth mentioned earlier that it can help if you're demonstrating a phosphorus reduction by doing some of this work, that could be a case where that project might receive funding. There's also sort of a verification and maintenance piece to those projects that it's our watershed investment division at the Agency of Natural Resources Watershed Management, or Department of Environmental Conservation, administers that funding and that verification and maintenance program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we should thank Eric very much. Eric, that was just terrific. It's so interesting to learn and to learn this new hypothesis about water clarity, and something to watch. Jack, do you want to add anything?
No, did you want to have a break now, Pat?
Well, we scheduled a break, but we're to stay on time, the break would be about 4 minutes. So I'm wondering if everybody's ready to go. If Dr. Dupini-Giroux is ready, maybe we would just move forward.
Sure.
So
did you want to do a bio break? If anybody might need a bio break.
Well, we'll let people kind of take a break, as if you need it, but I think if you're ready, Dr. Dupini-Giroux, Jack, why don't you do the introductions?
Okay, before we get started, at least on my screen, Dr. Dupini-Giroux's at a 90-degree angle.
It's on like that on mine too, and I have never seen that happen.
Okay, well, anyhow, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Leslie Ann Dupini-Giroux. She's the University of Vermont Distinguished Professor and Vermont State Climatologist. She's applied climatologist by training, and her research interest intersects with a number of interdisciplinary fields, including hydroclimatic natural hazards and climate literacy, geospatial climate, and land surface processes, all within the context of our changing climate. She served as the Vermont State Climatologist since 1997 and is the immediate past president of the American Association of State Climatologists. And she's brought her crystal ball with her today, and she's going to be talking about future impacts from climate change. So we welcome you and look forward to what you have to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And I am sorry that I am at 90 degrees. Maybe that will mean you're just looking at me like this a little bit funny for the rest of the time, but that's okay. It is such a delight to have spent the entire day in the webinar listening to all of the amazing presentations. And I think part of what Jackie asked me to do is to maybe pull some of those threads that have been mentioned throughout the day and see if we can sort of reflect on them. So I'm going to put those first before I get into some of the other slides that I was going to talk about. And so I think some of the things that are really sort of crystal clear are everything that everybody said plays into everybody else's piece of information. And for me, that's a great example of thinking about all of the things that we're seeing and talking about and trying to plan for as a complete system. So whether it's Eric talking about the loons, whether it is both Peter and Matt talking about the Lake Champlain system and the pieces that we still don't know about in terms of things like the heat waves, it's all part of that sort of systems-based approach. And it was really great just to sort of also hear Peter Danforth mention and elevate the importance of bringing in the elevation, bringing in soil types, bringing in whether the soils are already saturated, and it's like that 1-2 punch that he talked about. Diane talked about flooding and winds causing property damage, and so as a climatologist, it's sort of near and dear to me to really hear how all of these things are sort of playing out. So just wanted to highlight those because they're themes that run through, and you'll see them sort of come up again as I try and share my slides here. So let me know if this works.
Yes, we can see it.
Which one are you seeing? The one that has my name on it?
It says recent and future impacts.
Oh, we see the screen view, not just the slide.
Okay, let me stop that and try this one more time. So if I do like this, come like this. Do you see the one with my name on it now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So let me put this into presentation mode. All right, so part of what I'm going to try to do as a wrap up is to maybe bring all of the really hyper-local, super important pieces that we've heard about since this morning and do that sort of systems-based approach. And how do we think about all of these things from roads to loons to wetlands to everything else into a place that allows us to try and build or continue to build resilience to all of these moisture extremes that we're seeing and talking about as our climate continues to change. So these are some slides from my colleagues at the National Weather Service, and I show them because it allows us to have our mind go back to July of 2023 and to sort of see or remember the extent that huge system that moved across us and why it produced so much rain. And as you're looking at the panel in the middle, you're seeing that the brunt of that rain was pretty much along the spine of the Green Mountains, and that's where you had those heaviest total, so your 7+ inches and so on. And as we're looking at that and thinking about some of these pieces, if you look at it from a satellite image, that really brings it home to you. Because you see how all of those storm systems are just swirling and staying over the central and northern parts of the state itself. And so I was really struck from 9 o'clock this morning to here, we got as affected in the Northeast Kingdom as the Lake Champlain region, as other parts of the state itself. And when I look at this image, then it's really clear why, because you're seeing all of those storm systems equally potent, equally strong in the kingdom, across the valley, in central Vermont, and so on. So this is a type of visual I think is really helpful to us to understand when you hear about excessive rainfall, lots of precipitation, what it actually looks like as the storm is moving across and why it sat there for like 2 days, right? So one of the big pieces, and this goes back to something that Peter Danforth talked about, elevation is important. How the Green Mountains comes off of the Appalachians in here is also important because it helps us to understand why some parts of the state get more precipitation than other parts of the state, why some parts of the state tend to have like cold hollows versus others. And so for me, topography, elevation is a big piece in helping us to understand why we need to look at where the precipitation, where the rainfall is falling, who's getting how much, who's getting not enough, and where are we getting all of those temperature changes. So here's a blow up of that slide. I showed you a couple ones back where you can actually see these totals, right? And you're seeing the dominance of the spine of the Green Mountains on where a lot of those very, very heavy storm totals actually fell. And as we look at that, this goes back to some of what both Peter Isles and Matt Vaughan were showing earlier with how much the rivers rose. And as we're looking at this in here, the nice part about this slide is it also puts the other big storm events, so 1927, Irene, 1973, it also puts those events on here so you can see in relation to what happened in July of 2023, what those values came out to be. So all of these are different stations along the Winooski River. So they all crested above flood stage. Some of them got into major flood stage. And as you're looking at this, you're noticing that in 1927, 1936, in some cases, even in Irene, it actually had more precipitation, more flooding than what took place last year. So of course you're thinking, why? What happened? And that's part of what we're thinking about and learning when we're seeing extreme amounts of rainfall falling relative to what we've seen in the past itself. Okay, so that's 3 stations along the Winooski. What we can also look at is different stations themselves. So on the left-hand side, we've got the Otter Creek in Rutland. In the middle, we've got the Lamoille at Johnson. And on the right-hand side, you have the White River at West Hartford. So 3 different places across the state itself. And again, last year's flood of 2023 is shown in red, okay? And so again, we're seeing the influence of Irene and the historic crest of 1927. So we're putting this into perspective, and then it begs the question, what happened last year? Why this was so catastrophic? So as we're looking at that and thinking about all these preceding floods, 27 we've talked about, Irene we've talked about, we had hurricane in 1938, and the 2 that we have not talked about, but are also important for us to remember when it comes to lakes and flooding, is it's not only rain, it's not only liquid, it's also ice stuff. That's important for us when we're talking about what happens in lake systems, what happens in flooding that occurs in and around your lakes itself. So some of us may remember or were here for the ice storm of 1998, and there was a lot of flooding that took place as a result of that because of both how much fell, but also the fact that the ground was so frozen. Okay, so we're looking at all of these and putting the July 2023 flood in context of some of these events that had taken place prior to that, right? So some images, I know we have seen images of different types of places around the state, the unfortunate impacts that occurred due to the flooding last year. Very similar in some cases to what we saw in Irene. And one of the sort of elements that always comes out is the impact on our roads. So it was great to have all of the presentations talking about what do we need to do in terms of our road infrastructure, because roads are particularly vulnerable to flood events across in here. So we've got a number of shots from around the state, in large part in the southern part of the state, where a lot of the heaviest damage took place during and right after Irene itself. So these give us some visuals, and they help us to set the context for thinking about and looking at why and where that flooding took place. So here was Irene, and a lot of what happened with Irene was there was a tremendous amount of rainfall in the southern part of the state because it was moving from one side of the state to the other side of the state, right? And raining itself out in the Quechee area in the southern parts of the state itself as it moved from the sort of Hudson Valley, Lake Champlain side of Vermont into the Connecticut Valley across in here. So part of that moving over, that really complex topography is one of the reasons why we got a lot of that heavy rainfall. And what happens is, if we try and see why certain parts of Vermont are so prone to having flooding, here's a map that was created of all of the flooding and the road closures that took place in 1927. Those are these dark lines, the black lines that you can see in here. And what Jonathan Croft of VTrans did is to superimpose the flooding and the road closures during Irene, and those are the reds and the yellows and the green lines, and they match like this, right? So the same roads that were flooded and affected in 1927, the same roads that are affected in Irene itself. Why? Because the roads have moved. So there's a historical, cultural piece to this. And I see Peggy trying to see a little bit better here. Let me blow this up for you. If I blow this up for you, there we go, right? So now we can see the central part of the state. And again, the black lines are the 1927 affected roads, and the yellows, the reds, the greens, and the oranges are the ones that were closed during Irene. And so that's why I can say they're like this, and it gives us a good sense of where the vulnerability is because of the fact that our roads and rivers are very close together. I'll show you another map of that in a sec. Okay, is this better, Peggy? Much better, yeah. Okay, awesome. So part of why I always talk about roads and rivers is because from a historical perspective, we have this V-shaped valleys, right? So maybe if I do like this, it might be a little bit better for you. And so the roads and the rivers are usually very, very close to each other because our valleys are so narrow. And so there's, in some cases, you know, there's just a couple feet of distance between where the roadway is and where the rivers are. And so that sets up this inherent place, that pinch point of where you're going to see a lot of that damage. And so this upper diagram here is Waterbury. And so again, when Irene came, it literally pinched off Waterbury in this part here. Okay, where you see my mouse moving, pinched it off here and pinched it off here, where the Winooski actually jumped its banks and sort of isolated Waterbury for a bit, right? So knowing where our roads are, I mean, we were hearing all about roads locally and different surface types and porosity and putting the stepped ways for allowing infiltration. Knowing about our roads and knowing where they are critically important in here, okay? So we're thinking ahead. We're thinking about what's taking place now, what's taking place in the past, and what are we to be looking forward to in the future itself. So here is a diagram that one of my colleagues, Dr. Jason Schaefer, who helped me write the climate change in Vermont section of the Vermont Climate Action Plan, created this diagram, okay? And can everybody see this okay, or are these faces? You seeing all of this okay? Okay, so the faces are not in the way. Perfect. All right, so what this is trying to show us is what's projected to become more frequent, which is going towards the right, and what's projected to become less frequent or less total towards the left, okay? So right is more and left is less. And then what we're seeing here is how much or how confident are we in saying that? And so some things we are really, really confident about because we know a lot about them. So having really high temperatures, we're really confident that those are going to continue to increase. Similarly, really confident that we continue to increase heavy precipitation, heavy rainfall. Really confident for total amount for the entire year, right? We're less confident about things like ice storms and less confident about things like how much wind are you going to get in a thunderstorm, okay? So confidence goes down as we come down this way, and it goes up as we go up on the diagram itself. So if you haven't had a chance to pick up the Vermont Climate Action Plan, have a look at it, because it has diagrams in here like this that allow you to kind of put into place what the current thinking is about our changing climate. So today is about the 2023 floods, and that's on the too much side in terms of moisture. Today, I've also heard a lot of folks talk about drought conditions, which is on the too little side, and that's absolutely awesome because that's one of the characteristics of the state itself. So why are we talking about too much rain, too little rain, too much precipitation, too little precipitation? It's because we're seeing more and more events where you have heavy precipitation, okay? Whether it's a single event, whether it's an event that took place over a couple of days. And so we're seeing more of these on the green side here. What we're seeing fewer of is the days when we have light, like drizzle type stuff. Okay, so there are fewer of those really light precipitation and more of the downbursts and the consecutive 2-3 days type of precipitation events in here. All right. I'm not going to talk about temperature because today is about flooding and moisture. But if you're looking at the upper part, what it's showing you is we're getting days with more and more high temperatures and fewer times where we have really, really bone-chilling cold. Like it doesn't get as cold as it used to, in other words. So that's what we're looking at here. So we're talking about flooding. And I was so happy when Peter talked about the fact that the floods that occurred at the end of December last year were actually higher on Lake Champlain than the flooding that occurred in the July floods. So I believe the statistic that either Peter or Matt threw out was that we had 24 times when we hit a record on Lake Champlain last year. And so you're seeing those here. So the red line shows you 2023 as a year and what the daily values were on Lake Champlain. So we start off on January 1st here, and we go down to December 31st across in here. And the blue line here shows you the highest that Lake Champlain has ever been all the way back to the 1900s or so. And the green line shows you the lowest Lake Champlain has ever been, again, going back to the 1800s. So we're seeing those July floods. And I think one of our presenters today talked about the fact that it sort of flushed down into the lake. And then another couple of weeks later, another flush came down. And that's what you're seeing across in here. Okay. So knowing what's taking place both in summertime, but also knowing that we can flood in the winter, critically important because it affects all of the different processes. So permit me for a sec just to talk about winter and why do we need to care about how it floods in the winter. And part of it is because we're getting, wherever you see the blue is when cold air comes down towards us. And whenever you see the red is when warm air comes up towards us. All right. So what you're seeing here is going from really cold to really warm on a couple weeks time frame. And if there was any snow there, or if there was any ice, it has the ability to melt. And that can then sort of flush out and get into your lakes, your ponds, your streams, your rivers, and produce a lot of flooding. So we need to also think about not just us here in Vermont, but also larger, why are we getting these cold snaps and how long do they last? And what does that mean for changing snow and ice on the ground itself? So Dr. Judah Cohen, who studies a lot of these types of events, calls it a stretching in the atmosphere. So it stretches back and forth and causes these cold snaps to kind of move further south than they would have usually. And shake your head if you remember cold snaps down in Texas, right? Does that ring a bell? When the cold air actually gets down to Texas and they're not used to dealing with those type of temperatures. And so we have some challenges taking place in there. So this is just an animation that shows you what happens when we get a lot of that stretching and where the cold air moves and how large that spatial extent can be over the course of just a couple of weeks or so. So we're looking at it. I know it's mesmerizing, but it's also helpful to us as climatologists to actually see and understand what this means for us on the ground itself. So what about today? So I grabbed this just before we started talking today. So this is where we are as of today, right? And we can see that we're very, very far away from the highest it's ever been. So there's probably no flooding going on here today, and we're actually trending downwards to continuing to be a little dry here on the lake itself. So that red line is from the 1st of January to here we are in June 2024, okay? So that brings me to the piece that I know we've heard all throughout the day when folks have talked about drought conditions. And so if I were giving this talk back in 1920 or so, I would actually be only talking about drought. I wouldn't be talking about floods, because floods is a relatively new phenomenon that the state has shifted to in the early 70s. And so now it's the primary hazard that we look at, but it doesn't mean that we don't have drought conditions continuing through. And so we're continuing to keep an eye on both too much moisture which leads to our flooding, but also too little moisture, which is when we're looking at our drought conditions here. So if I showed you the same chart, that hydrograph for Lake Champlain for different years through time, this is 1909, which was very, very dry here, right? There is 1927, when we went from dry conditions to floods of record on the order of 2 or 3 days. And then we have 2011. I believe one of our presenters talked about the May floods in here, and that's why we have these floods here. And then we have Irene in here. So 2011 set 2 sets of records in here for us, in May as well as in August, right? So as we're looking at this and knowing that flooding is something that we continue to pay attention to. Why? Because it's our number one natural hazard and disaster. It takes place at any time in the year. There's not a season that says you can have flooding this, but you don't need to worry about that. Flooding takes place all year round for different reasons. And then to go back to Diane's mention about wind events, I was so happy she brought that up, because as we're thinking about all of these events, and even wind events on the surface of our lakes, wind and ice and extreme temperatures are all critically important for us in here. So we're making sure we are doing that big picture system piece in when we think about preparing for and building resilience to, that we don't forget any piece in there, because it's going to come back and haunt us. So keeping those pieces in mind and sort of thinking about, all right, what do we need to do to actually start to build a lot of this resilience? So some of the changes that we're seeing were very well captured in this Northeast chapter of the National Climate Assessment. So I'll be more than happy to send you the link for that. It talks about what we know, what we don't know, what we still need to know. I think one of our presenters did a really nice job on what we still need to know, what is known, and how do we kind of work through that. So it's along those similar lines in here in terms of moisture events. And we also had another consistent theme all the way through today, that we need to really and truly work with our environment in a way that allows for slowing down, reducing the erosive capacity, allowing for moving water runoff to actually infiltrate into the landscape itself. And so a couple pieces to add to that would be what are called nature-based solutions, preservation of our wetlands, and how do we make sure that we're actually doing a good job with all of our working lands and our natural lands together. So my client, who has done a lot for the state in terms of all of these pieces of river corridors, and how do you manage them, and how do you allow floodplains to regain their capacity to absorb water. These are some of his slides that he shared with me. So I just thought that I would give him a shout out as we think about all of these pieces of resilience in this space, and to sort of piggyback on all of the wonderful presentation pieces that we had this morning and early this afternoon in the road space. And when Mike talks about access to river corridors, this allows you to sort of see what happens when a river really has access to its entire floodplain, and it can meander, and it doesn't do a lot of incising, it doesn't do a lot of erosion. What happens when it can actually perform as a natural stream really would. So this is a lot of the work that went into Act 138, the River Corridors program itself. Thinking about it and thinking about how challenging this can be. This is some diagramming that I did with my students when we were trying to see what do we need to do to actually start to move some of the conversations forward. And so this is some work that we did with the town of Underhill, with thinking about the geography of the town itself, thinking about what are the hazards that the town faces, thinking about what are some of the ways to bring this together from a presentation perspective. Okay, so whether you want to do an animation or whether you want a pamphlet, this is some of the stuff that I work with my students on a town by town basis to actually help to bring our changing climate into town planning process itself. So I mentioned the climate action plan. Please have a look at it if you would like to see a little bit more about some strategies that are in place for doing some of this work. There are some actual steps that towns and municipalities can go through to highlight vulnerabilities. We can do this on a lake level as well. What's vulnerable? What are the options? I think we heard a lot of those today. And so we're getting to this point here where you can actually do a lot of planning and implementation and taking action. So there are like templates and toolkits that are out there that we can actually use to help us work through this process itself. And then we can sort of figure out what's the biggest priority for our town or our district or our conservation area, and then sort of do some tabletop exercises of what could the worst scenario look like and what would we do to actually sort of minimize that. And so this is an example that comes from Oahu that work through this creation of these various processes that are important. So I think I'm going to leave you with this, which is the climate summary for Vermont. It takes you through all of the various things that I've been talking about. So the temperatures and precipitation, the flooding and the drought and so on. If you want to read a little bit more about how that has played out and is projected to play out, I'll leave this piece across here with you. So with that, thank you again for the invitation to be here. It is an absolute honor, privilege, and pleasure. I have learned so much. I think I've made like 20-something pages of frantic notes with all of the great stuff that I've been hearing all day. And I really look forward to continuing to be in contact with FOVLAP and continuing to share and learn as we sit in this space. So I'm going to stop sharing this so I can see folks. And if there are any questions, happy to try and address them.
Thank you so much. That was terrific. How about some questions? Jackie?
There are not any in the chat at this moment. I did put in the link for the climate action plan in there, so people could grab that if they'd like that.
Thanks, Jackie.
I think listening to you, I think it almost feels overwhelming in terms of the change has happened, is happening quickly. And there just seems so much still to do. And the costs of so much that needs to be done seems extremely difficult for this little state. I don't know if you have anything that you can say about that, because you've been, I know, talking to towns and people. What do you hear? Is there really, do people really get it that change needs to happen and happen pretty quickly?
I do. And I think just being on this call and seeing how many folks from around the state are on this call and the examples that they have shared means that there's a lot of rich stuff going on. And I think the part that's overwhelming is how much information I tend to share, but the optimism, the hope, the belief that there is a lot of progress being made is genuine because I see it, right? And I think a lot of times what we need to do is to do like this seminar here, to gather a lot of all of these voices, to gather a lot of all of these amazing examples that I would not have heard of otherwise, and to bring it together with what I see from my work, and to be able to share in both directions. This is a bi-directional thing. This is not my saying whatever, or this is not everybody working and not knowing what everybody else is doing. This is an all hands on deck, bi-directional, multi-directional sharing of everything. And whenever people ask me about this, and they ask me, how do you get up in the morning? I say 2 reasons: meetings like this and my students. And the students in the high schools that I go to and visit. Because there is an amazing amount of sophistication in the students that I see coming up the ranks that gives me so much, oh my goodness me, I wish I were back in school, because they are so committed, and their passion meets their content knowledge, and they're just doing so many amazing things that you cannot not have hope. right? And then when I listen to all of these multiple strategies that I wouldn't have even heard about, that's why I'm frantically up to 20 pages, because I'm like, oh my goodness me, I have to follow up on that. I have to talk to this person. I have to tell this person about that person, right? Because that's the way that we're gonna move forward. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. There is so much wheel making stuff around these squares here that it's just a question of sharing it, right? So sorry if I get carried away, but I firmly and truly believe what I'm saying.
Thank you. That gives me hope. Jack.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was very helpful. One of the things that I wondered about is it's great that the younger generation is taking this on. I mean, it's their world. If we don't have them on board, we're going to be in sad shape. So I like you, I'm glad to see that. But I wonder about you and your team at the UVM and what happens with the Vermont legislature. Are you involved with questions that they have? Do they seek your help? And perhaps if not them, it's the conservation groups in Vermont that can use the sort of expertise and data that you have to make their cases for changing things in Vermont to make it a little better here. This is not something I realize that Vermont's going to solve on its own, but if we don't all pull together, I think it's going to be a sad state of affairs. So what sort of involvement do you have with the legislature and conservation groups within Vermont?
So awesome question, Jack. So I am the House appointed representative to the Vermont Climate Council. The Vermont Climate Council came out of the Global Warming Solutions Act, which came out to the legislature. So I bring my expertise to the council itself, to the various subcommittees, the task groups, in how do we move forward from a science perspective, but also from a policy perspective. So I'm involved there. The Speaker of the House invited me on the very first day of the 2024 session to actually present a lot of the same things that I've just talked about here to the to two subcommittees of the legislature. So I'm involved with the legislature from that perspective, and I've also chatted with, I think it's Ferrisburg, and I want to say, is it Fairleigh? Sean, was I at Fairleigh? Or was that the Lake Maury Conservation broader conference? If Sean is still on, don't want to put him on the spot. But I'm starting to get more involved with the conservation districts in sharing a lot of that information, maybe one town at a time, or maybe from like an annual meeting. Because the more that I can share a lot of this in meetings like this, whether it's in person or online, the more that information can get out, and more I can make that cross-talk, that crosswalk to connect folks that I know are doing similar things in a different environment, that we can do a lot of complementary activities.
Thank you.
Problem. Jeremy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Since you're on camera, I can't find the settings button.
Oh, thank you. Jeremy, you could send a note, and meanwhile, I also have a question. Another question. Oh, is there one in the chat, Jackie?
It's Dave just said, I really appreciate the interconnected system approach in this. And Jeremy is now unmuted.
There we go.
Yep. So
Go ahead,
if you click on the little arrow next to the video in your toolbar at the bottom, there'll be an option there for video settings.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you click that, you should see the screen similar to what I sent you a screenshot. There you go. You're almost there.
There. Perfect. Thank you,
It only
Jeremy.
took half an hour. That's okay.
Of course, it was at the end, but still looks good. Now we can see your right side up.
There we go.
So I was going to ask another question. I was actually going to ask your thoughts about S213, if you were following that legislation, which is passing into law without the governor's signature. Do you think what's in there, the wetlands protection, river corridor protections, are those some of the things that you see as being priorities for the state at this point?
And I have not had a chance to delve into it. I think there was another reporter who had asked me about it, and I hadn't had a chance at that point. That was like 2 days ago, and I still haven't. So I can't offer, one way or the other until I actually parse through it. But it's on my to-do list.
It's a big bill.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll rephrase and just say, in your thinking for the state of Vermont right now, what would you say? I mean, all these different things need to be done, but do you see something that should be a priority focus?
That's a broad question. Priority focus in?
Well, in terms of flood and flood resilience, flood mitigation, maybe we'll just focus on that piece.
So I think that is, it's where that systems piece comes in. Because if we only focus on only one thing, unless that one thing has co-benefits for, multiple other things, we're going to risk either implementing something that may be potentially harmful or something that wasn't big enough to really have a big enough impact. So I again hesitate to only pick one thing, because for me, when I'm doing this sort of stuff, I would have a really large whiteboard with 1,000 stickies and do that sort of massive brain dump, and then try and categorize things into groups, and then try and figure out what will hit all of those groups. And I don't know if we have really completed that process yet. I think today's webinar is awesome because it pulls at some of those threads that I haven't heard anywhere else. So when I hear loons, water quality, cyanobacteria all in the same day, that is huge, because I know a little bit about cyanobacteria. I know a little bit about droughts. I know a little bit about this, but I didn't know about the aquatic habitat piece. And so that's why I think it sort of behooves us to really tug on all of the threads that we've seen today to see if we can offer something, maybe as a base, as a starting point, as a framework, because I think you're really onto something here by having all those multiple voices come together, and then I can pull out those threads. And that's why I started with those threads, because it was so striking to me to hear somebody who is trained in biology talking similarly to somebody who's trained in river restoration. You see what I mean? And so we all have the same goal, and we all have pieces that can help us get to that goal.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Concerns? Anything want to bring? Okay. Anything, Jackie?
Nothing in the chat. When you talked about the younger generation and beginning to take this on, it pleases me immensely as a teacher, professor. What actually surprised me was my 4th grade granddaughter talking about climate change and having to do a presentation. And it couldn't have pleased me more that where a 10-year-old is beginning to understand the impact for the rest of her life and her friends' voices. So I'm really glad that you talked about that people are out there that are concerned about this, that don't have white hair like me. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. That was an awesome piece, because it just validates what I've seen personally. I haven't been in all of the schools, but if we're hearing that from multiple places, that again just sort of reinforces that. So thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. Are there a few more? I think there's a few more comments in the chat. I just saw some popped up.
There were some thank yous, informative and elegant presentation, great summary and inspiration for the future paths. And this was so interesting and insightful. Thank you so much.
Well, I have to agree. Absolutely. This was just terrific. Thank you so much.
Well, I think there's one other person, Beth Torpy, says, I would like to give an update on the new FEMA map flood map rollout process.
Thank you very much for noticing that. Yes, so FEMA is in the process of releasing the new flood work maps. They're using LiDAR technology, and so that greatly enhances the detail of the new floodplain maps. It's been quite a while. The process is just kind of starting, and some of the municipalities have received their work maps. But the process is that the municipalities will receive the work maps, get a chance to comment on it, and then those of the municipalities that are in the National Flood Insurance Program will have to go through the process of updating their flood hazard bylaws. So this is a great opportunity for people to get involved with the municipality at that level. They'll need people to kind of ground truth the maps to make sure they're accurate. And you'll also get a chance to be part of the updating of the bylaws. And another thing, when you're mentioning all of the connections, another issue that was connected is about both aquatic and terrestrial invasive species, because very often the aquatic invasive species will have a greater temperature range where they thrive versus the native species. And additionally, with the terrestrial invasive species, particularly Japanese knotweed, flooding will spread it all over the place. And I'm sure that was the case last year. Japanese knotweed is everywhere. Once you know what it looks like, you'll see it everywhere you go. So I just wanted to add that little bit into your great talk. I love the way you connected everything. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for the entire day.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Dr. Dupini-Giroux. Any other comments? Okay, well, I have a few thank yous. I want to thank all of you for spending the day here with us. I think there's so much information, so interesting, so much to learn and think about. I want to thank Jackie Sprague, chair of our events committee, and members of the events committee, Dave Johnson, Jerry Bergdahl, Jen Parsons, Jack Widness, Laura DeLugalecki, for helping to put this program together. Really appreciate it. I want to thank all the members of the FOVLAP board, many of whom, I think nearly all of whom are here, and members of the auxiliary board, who are all give so much of their time to this organization, as well as to the lakes in Vermont. So really appreciate all the work everybody's done. I want to thank all of our speakers. This was just great, and I really appreciate all the time, and thank you. So many of you stayed with us the whole day. That's fabulous too. Really appreciate that. It's just been terrific. I have just a couple of little business things I want to mention. I'd like to just remind everybody that we are a membership organization and that we always need your help. And wait a minute, I didn't want to do that one. Let me just share a little screen, because we are anxious to have as many of the state lake associations here as members of FOVLAP, and we have an awful lot. Most of them, the orange dots, are lake associations, but there are a few more out there. And we hope, if your lake association is not yet a member or hasn't renewed your membership, we hope you will. We also have individual members. So if you are not a member, we hope that you will join. This map is on our website, so you can take a look at that. And it's super easy to join just by going online. But if you don't want to do online, please definitely mail us that. Finally, I want to mention that we do a post-event survey. It'll pop up as soon as you click leave the meeting. It will pop up on your screen. We ask you to take a minute or two, fill it out. We really, really appreciate your feedback, and also your suggestions help us to plan future events. So it's important that we get that from you. With that, I will once again thank you all, and thank all the speakers. This was great. Really appreciate it. We'll post the video on our website within the next week. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you again, everybody.
Thank you.